take me down, spin me around. You got me running all the lights. Don't make a sound, talk to me now. Let me inside your mind. Don't know what you're thinking, sugar. Ooh, but I just got that feeling, sugar. Ooh, and I can hear the sirens burning, red lights turning. I can't turn back now. So on tight. I don't know where the lights are taking us, but something in the night is dangerous, and nothing's holding back the two of us. Baby, this is getting serious. Oh, 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 the things are dangerous. Oh, oh, oh. Show me your soul, I gotta know. Bet that you're beautiful inside. Toes on the glass, car moving fast. Come take the wheel and drive. I don't know what you're thinking, sugar. Ooh, yeah. And I just got that feeling, sugar. Ooh, yeah. I can hear the sirens burning, red lights turning. I can't turn back now. So on tight. I don't know where the lights are taking us. Something in the night is dangerous, and nothing's holding back the two of us. Baby, this is getting serious. Oh, 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 oh. The things are dangerous. Oh, oh, oh. The things are dangerous. Oh, oh, ooh, yeah. It's dangerous, so dangerous. I wanna do it again. Come on, baby. It's dangerous, so dangerous. I wanna do it again. It's dangerous, so dangerous. I wanna do it again. I don't know where the lights are taking us. Something in the night is dangerous, and nothing's holding back the two of us. Baby, this is getting serious. Oh, 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 the things are dangerous. Oh, the things are dangerous.
Boy, I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Honey got a sexy on steaming. She give my hotness a new meaning. Perfection, mommy, you gleaming. Inception, you got above a dreaming, dreaming. Damn, baby, I'm fiending. I'm tryna holler at you, I'm screaming. Let me love you down this evening.
Love it, yeah, you know you are my demon.
Girl, we can form a team and I could be the king, you could be the queen. And my mind's dirty and it don't need cleaning.
I love you long time, so you know the meaning.
Oh baby, I can't come down, so please come help me out. You got me feeling high and I can't step off out. And I just can't get enough.
Boy, I think about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Honey got me running like I'm Flojo. Signs a name on my heart with an XO. Love so sweet, got me vexed though. I wanna wish it right back like presto, yes. Meantime, I wait for the next time. She come around for a toast to the best time. We LOL back and forth on the text line. She got me fishing for a love, I confess I'm something about a smile and a combo. Got me high and I ain't coming down, yo. My heart's pumping out louder than electro. She got me feeling like Mr. Roboto. Oh baby, I can't come down, so please come help me out. You got me feeling high and I can't step off the cloud. And I just can't get enough.
Boy, I think about it every night, day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
This is Mega Switch Up.
Switch up. Switch up.
I just can't
Switch up.
Lock, sunk in your bed, rock hot, up in your love shot, knock out by your cold shot. I'm stuck in your head.
Switch up.
Can't get out, I won't it, making me feel. Give it to me, I want it all. Know what I mean? Your love is a dose of ecstasy.
Switch up.
Addicted, I can't get away from you. Afflicted, I need it, I miss it.
Switch up.
I want your loving right next to me, and I can't erase you out of my memory. I just can't
Switch up.
You got that smile that only heaven can make. I pray to God every day that you keep that smile. Yeah, you are my dream. There's not a thing I won't do. I'll give my life up for you, 'cause you are my dream. And baby, everything that I have is yours. You will never go cold or hungry. I'll be there when you're insecure. Let you know that you always love me, girl. 'Cause you are the only thing that I got right now. One day when the sky is falling, I'll be standing right next to you, right next to you. Nothing will ever come between us, 'cause I'll be standing right next to you, right next to you. You had my child, you would make my life complete. Just to have your eyes on a little me, that'd be mine forever. And baby, everything that I have is yours. You'll never go cold or hungry. I'll be there when you're insecure. Let you know that you always love me, girl. 'Cause you are the only thing that I've got right now. One day when the sky is falling, I'll be standing right next to you, right next to you. Nothing will ever come between every day to keep you forever. Oh.
It's time for me to take it. I'm the boss right now, not gonna fake it. Now when you go down, 'cause this is my game, and you better come to play. I used to hold my breath back, now I'm letting go. I make my own choice, bitch, I run this show. So leave the lights on, no you can't make me behave. So you say I'm complicated, that I must be out of mind. But you've had me underrated, What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? It's time to get the chains out. Is your tongue tied up? 'Cause this is my round, and I'm dangerous, and you can get out. But it's all about me tonight. So you say I'm complicated, that I must be out of mind. But you've had me underrated. What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident? So you say I'm complicated, but you've had me I never thought that I would find a way out. I never thought I'd hear my heartbeat so loud. I can't believe there's something left in my chest anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. I used to think that I was made out of stone. I used to spend so many nights on my own. I never knew I had it in me to dance anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me that heaven's right here, baby. Touch me so I know I'm not crazy. Never have I ever met somebody like you. Used to be afraid of might do. But goddamn, you got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again, again. So many nights my tears fell harder than rain. Scared I would take my broken heart to the grave. I'd rather die than have to live in a storm like before. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me the heavens right here, baby. Touch me so I know I'm not crazy. Never have I ever met somebody like you. Used to be afraid of love and what it might do. But goddamn, you got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again, again. I can't believe I finally found someone. I'll sink my teeth in disbelief 'cause you're the one that I want. I can't believe I'm not afraid anymore. Goddamn, you got me in love again. I never thought that I would find a way out. I never thought I'd hear my heartbeat so loud. I can't believe there's something left in my chest anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. I can't believe I finally found someone. I'll sink my teeth in disbelief 'cause you're the one that I want. I can't believe there's something left inside my chest anymore. But goddamn, me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again. Again and again and again.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get please don't worry about me. I'm about to let my heart speak. My friends keep telling me to leave this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Back and forth with the bullshit. I know I said it before, I don't mean it. It's been a while since I had your attention. So it might hurt to hit it. Dreams we had don't ever fall away. We can't leave them if we stay the same. And I can't do this for another day. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody.
welcome. If you're not pumped up after Eye of the Tiger, I'm not sure what else I'll be able to do to get you pumped up at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Before we start, I just want to say a big welcome to everybody. Can't wait to see you all back in a few weeks' time when we get back on court. And I'm really hoping that you get a heap out of today. From the very outset, there are a few guests that I'd like to welcome today. So from the TOC Commission, I'd like to welcome Helen Pawsey. I'd also like to welcome Terry Davis, who's a life member of the VBRA. Joining us today, we've also got Sue Wilkinson, who's one of our life members at Knox. We're also joined by Joe Chu, who's the Technical Officials Manager at Basketball Victoria. We have Grant Harrison, the CEO of Knox Basketball, and we've also got Michelle McCrum, who's the Chairperson of Knox Basketball. There are a few things that I'd like to probably just put on the table from the outset today. We're expecting, or we've had 113 people register. Now, there are going to be, there will be less people than that online today because some people don't have power at their houses. And I've been getting messages this morning from people frantically trying to work out where to get power and where to get internet. I'd also like to ask everyone to shut their... Thank you for popping yourself on mute. Today's session is being recorded because there will be a number of people who want to catch up on this today. So I just wanted to also let you know that from the outset. There are some pros and cons with having a ref camp virtually. Clearly, the pros are you can be in your bedroom, you can be on your couch. I'm surprised, Diane, you're not at the beach, but we'll accept that from looks like your study there. Clearly, the cons. No problems. Clearly, the cons, no fitness session with Miss Kennedy this morning, no fines from Steve Kavanagh, and unfortunately, no planking session with Host. I would say to you today, you will get back what you put in. So I would ask that everyone try to be as engaged as possible. And I would also ask that where you can, please put your camera on so that everyone can see your beautiful faces. I'd also like to just say from the outset, there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. The team of 30 supervisors have spent a bucket load of time in getting all of the presentations pulled together and the exercises that we'll go through today. So thank you to those guys for the work and effort you've put in. There are a few other things you need to know. The first thing is, if you haven't downloaded Kahoot, can you please download Kahoot? Kahoot is an app that you will be using today. There will be some prizes throughout the day, and you will need Kahoot to be able to participate. So if you haven't got it on your phone, quickly grab it from the App Store now. The second thing is through the day, Megan will be sending out links for what we call Padlet. As you know, at a normal referee camp, we would have a photographer who would be walking around taking photos. This year, you guys are going to be the photographers. Padlet is an online platform that lets you take photos, and it will flow into a wall that everyone can share photos of what you're doing today. And finally, the Facebook group that we're all part of, can I ask you to keep checking that today because plenty of links will be sent through that Facebook group today for you to stay across the detail. Before we get started, I'm going to ask Michelle McCrum to please come off mute. Michelle, as I mentioned before, is the chairperson of Knox Basketball. So I'd just like her to say a few words before we kick off.
Thanks, Daniel. Wow. I have to say that I'm just so excited to be part of this. I know it's been a long time in the making. We've talked about it a lot at the board. I do have a cold, so apologies. Look, I think, just start off by saying all of you referees are very, very important. You're a really critical component to Knox Basketball. Our ability to deliver basketball to the community, we couldn't do this without you. Seriously, we could have a stadium and we could have players, but without the referees who, make a huge commitment to learning and guide and show these players, the rules. So, and the coaches and even us as a board. It's so important that the game is played safely. That's a critical part of what we do as a board at Knox Basketball. And really, I think the word fair, safely and fair, you have a big role, and it's great that you're coming together, keeping up with all of your learnings and what's changing in the game and sharing your experiences, because you guys together form a cohort that's just, is just such a big part of our group. Thanks again to Daniel and Mitchell Nevin and Mitchell Kennedy. They're all three on our board. They are very good about keeping us up to date with what's going on with the referees. And our partnership with the VBRA is one of the strongest ones in Victorian basketball. And we say thank you again for that. So have a great day. I'm really excited about opening my box. And I think, you know, I just downloaded Kahoot. So let's do this and make it all fun. So have a great day, you guys.
Thank you, Michelle. Really appreciate your kind words. I'll hand over to Grant Harrison now. He's got a couple of things to say. Grant is the Chief Executive Officer of Knox Basketball.
Hey everyone, welcome back. What a year we've had, or 2 years really. So it's great to see everybody back on this this forum. It's a shame that we couldn't get to a proper camp like you had down at, I think it was Phillip Island last time, wasn't it, Daniel? Quite amazing. But this is the second best thing. So, you know, the amount of people that have come back, you know, as part of the referees group is amazing. I think we've had, you know, about 20 or 25% drop off in players registration so far this year. We're hoping that, you know, as the weeks come forward, that, you know, that increases. But, you know, the commitment you guys have given to Knox Basketball is just second to none. So I really thank you for that. I will touch on just quickly. We've been sitting on a lot of comms, obviously, about COVID. So, you know, I'm sure you're all across that. Daniel and the guys send that out pretty regularly as well for us. We still don't know what's happening with vaccines, so don't stress about that. We'll let you know in due course. Just get on with life, and we hope to see you back in the stadium very soon. We miss your smiling faces, and, you know, you guys really underpin, as Michelle said, underpin the whole competition and organisation. We couldn't do it without you guys, so you are special to us. So much so that, you know, we've been, as you know, the State Basketball Centre redevelopment is kicked off. You'll see that when you first arrived back at State Basketball Centre. It's all changed now. Most of it's a construction site. The 6 courts will still be operating as normal. And Daniel and myself and the board have been fighting very hard to get you guys a really nice referees room in the new venue, so you can call, you know, that place your home as well. We know that you've got a long 40+ year history along with us, so it's really important that you guys have a special home at the State Basketball Centre. So I think it's going to be pretty cool, Daniel, once that's up and running. Other than that, welcome back. Have fun today. I'm going to be dropping in and out. I've got some kids to run around, of course, on a Saturday, but I'll drop in every now and again and keep myself on mute, and I'll have my video off. But when I'm on, you know, I'm around. So good luck, guys. Cheers.
Great. Thank you very much, Grant. And just like Michelle, really appreciate your kind words. And thank you for all the effort that you've been putting in to make sure that when we have the State Basketball redevelopment, the referees room is something to be proud of. So thank you. All right. Now, everybody has been asking what is inside the box. So I'm going to hand over to Mel Tompkins. Mel, if you can come off mute, I'll hand it over to you.
Hey guys, nice Photoshop, Daniel. So love it. So if everyone can please get their boxes out and open it, but don't open any of the bags yet at this stage. We'll get ready to start. You'll be exploring throughout the day, and you'll get one of us like jump on throughout the day and tell you what you need to open. So if everyone can open their box and get out bag number 1, that would be really great. Today, we'd ideally hope that you can all take away like at least 2 to 3 things to help you become a better referee, like for your major takeaways. In bag number 1, this will help you like write down your notes and reflections and just help you like set up for the day. And then don't open the other bags until you're told to. All right, back to you, Daniel.
Thank you. I'm really happy. It looks like there's lots of people there who haven't opened their stuff until now, which is fantastic. So thank you for following. Thank you for following the instructions. As Mel said, there will be a whole heap of goodies during the day that will really set you up for each of the sessions that we're going to be going through. So we hope that you enjoy it. Now, Megan, I think Megan, I was going to call you Megan Ryan, Megan Chi. Can you just come off mute really quickly?
Hello, everyone. Sorry.
And can you just explain the Padlet, please?
Yeah, so throughout the day, I'm going to be posting some links in the chat and in the Facebook page. Basically, as Daniel said it, so we can see some lovely faces and pictures and have some memories of the day. So I'm going to post a link now in the chat as well as on the Facebook page. And if you can post a photo of you with your contents of box 1 or bag 1, that would be fabulous, please. And it should be
All right.
in the chat now.
Lovely. Thank you, Megan. Okay, I'm going to call on Ryan Donald. Ryan Donald, if you could come off mute, please.
Hello, everyone.
I'll kick it over to you, my friend. Communication and communication techniques.
Thank you, Daniel. Alrighty, hello everyone. I'm Ryan, and with Callum and Georgia, we've created a little presentation just covering some things about communication and communication techniques. At the end of the session, we want you to have 2 or 3 things that's going to improve your communication on the court. So get that new book you just got and that new pen you just got as well. Just get a few things down. First up, we just have a quick video, and then that will start us off, and then each of us will cover a certain area of communication while on the court. So Daniel, if you can hit that one for me. Daniel, I don't think the sound is coming through.
Okay, just bear with me for 1 sec, all right?
Yeah, no worries.
Is the volume coming through, Ryan?
Play it.
On this field, not you. Stick to your job and I will do mine.
Yeah.
If I hear you shouting for anything again, I'm going to be penalising you. This is not soccer. Is that clear?
Mike, it wasn't even Mike. You know what? Let me talk to you. That's all I want to say. Be fair with me because you know you fouled him. Okay, your play, he hits all ball. Mike, if I think he hits you across the arm, I'm going to call it.
You need to calm down. Blood rule. Thank you. Just relax. Okay? We don't talk to one another like that. Right? It's okay. Talk to me about that. Okay. You gotta give us a shot. You know what? You gotta give us a shot. Okay, listen to me. Let me hear what I'm saying, okay? You get your shot. You had your shot right there. In the situation. You know the situation, Karen. Why don't you get a shot, Tommy? Because that makes it worse. It's okay.
Interesting clips there. I'll just move on. First up, I'll be covering communication with players. I'll just preface this by saying I focus mainly on players who are older than 16, as well you communicate with younger players, such as under 8s and under 10s, is much different to older players on a Saturday or seniors on a weeknight. Yep, cool. Why good communication with players is important. Helps build rapport, keeps the game flowing, and can prevent any further conflict. Good communication can lead to a well-flowing game and can prevent certain conflict or issues arising. It also helps build rapport, which further prevents issues. These dot points all work together to ensure that you have the best chances of having a great game. Next slide, please, Daniel. Wait. What does it look like? It looks like confidence, being direct and having a clear response, but also acknowledging the issue at hand. It is important to be confident, direct, and having a clear response, as if you weren't doing these things, players or anyone you're speaking to may doubt whatever it is you're talking about. Acknowledgement of the issue is the most important part of dealing with players, as most times they just want to be heard. Letting them know that you'll answer them at an appropriate time, or you'll speak to your partner about a call, goes a long way. Depending on rapport, history of the game, and the situation, the conversation may go one of many ways. You can take a casual route, like at the free throw line, speaking to a player about a call, give me a quick answer down the floor, or sometimes no communication where behavior needs to be dealt with straight away. Next slide, please, Daniel. Great. Things to keep in mind. Not all interactions are the same. Different situations call for different solutions or techniques to deal with a player. A good referee will recognize this and communicate with players differently, depending on the previous interactions, the situation, and the rapport the referee has built during the game. More in-depth responses should be communicated to the coach, as they should be your main pathway to give a response when the situation calls for it. I will now throw it over to Georgia, who's going to be talking about coaches.
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, my name is Georgia, and I'm going to be talking to you about communication with coaches and some techniques that you can use to improve your communication. Having good communication is important because it can make stressful situations throughout the game easier. Like if you are having issues with a player in the team or spectators, it can make it easier to handle. It can also prevent these situations from happening. Next slide, please, Daniel. Thank you. Good communication can look different to everyone, as we all communicate in different ways. However, there are some techniques that we can use to make the communication more effective. I think no matter what, the main point of communicating with the coach is that you try your best to get your message across and that you're listening to what they have to say as well. We have all had good and bad interactions with coaches, but we need to try, take the bad situations and learn from them. A good way to start off each game is by introducing yourself to each coach before the game. This humanises yourself to the coach and they see you as more than just the referee on their game. An important thing to remember when communicating with coaches is to always acknowledge them. Even if you can't stop to talk to them, you can use non-verbal communication, such as giving a thumbs up, or if you're in the middle of calling a foul and they are trying to talk to you, you can just put a hand up. But acknowledging them is fantastic because it does let them know that they are being heard. Being honest is also super important. If a coach does ask you a question about a call and you have made a mistake, you can always admit to that mistake if you have been asked about it. It doesn't need to be a long apology or conversation. It can be as simple as, yeah, that was my bad, as this does show the coach that you are willing to own a mistake. You can also admit to a mistake without directly admitting it by saying, I didn't quite see that from where I was standing. If a coach does ask you a question about a call or a situation, try to answer the question as directly as possible. This can be as simple as giving a short explanation of your call. You don't need to go into depth. If you call a travel on a player, it can be as simple as they took too many steps. Try to always give a direction after you've answered the question as well, such as, let's get on with the game, because then this keeps the game flowing and you don't get stuck talking to a coach for longer than what you need to be. This is also important for setting boundaries because you want to keep the conversation on your term and not have coaches trying to talk to you about every decision in the game. Next slide, please, Daniel. It can also be hard to communicate with a coach that doesn't want to communicate with you. For example, you may have had to give a coach a warning early in the game for their behaviour, and then later in the game, you need to speak with them about a problem spectator. They may not be in the mood to listen or help you, but it's important we still follow the correct process. Give them all the information required in a straightforward way as possible. Coach, I'm having problems with the spectator disputing my calls. Can you please speak with them and calm them down? Otherwise, we may have to get the supervisor to remove them. Thanks. If you do this, then you have communicated well, done your job professionally, and if the situation escalates, they don't have grounds to complain about you. The main points to take away from this when you are communicating with a coach is to just be honest. Try to acknowledge them, answer their questions as directly as possible, and try to keep the conversation on your terms. Over to you, Cal.
Thanks, Georgia. So if you can move on to the next slide for me, Daniel. So yeah, I'll be moving on from communicating with players and coaches and talking about why communication between yourself and other officials is really important. So there's two main things that I think are really important regarding this. One is that it allows for better teamwork. So obviously, if you're communicating with your fellow official, it allows yourself to be on the same page with them, which then really facilitates better cohesion on the court and better outcomes on the court. Second of all, it allows for enhanced personal and team development, in that being able to communicate with other people allows for feedback to be given to you, and also for you to give feedback to other people, which then allows yourself to improve and your team to improve, resulting in better performance on court. So if you can move to the next slide now, Daniel. So yeah, when we communicate with other officials, it's important to consider when this occurs and what we should be doing at these times. So I think the most obvious one is before the games. So more often than not, I'm sure we've all done this before, where you just rock up to a game, put your drink bottle down, and just kind of wing the game and just kind of see how it goes. However, I think it's really important to consider the importance of this before the game and just being able to speak to your fellow official, as more often than not, you may not be that acquainted with that official, or you may not even know them. So this being able to speak to them before the game really allows you to be able to build a rapport and teamwork with them, which then allows you to talk about things such as what you're wanting to improve on, what you're wanting to focus on in the game, and then that really allows yourself to have a mindset of a common mindset when you go onto the court, allowing you to call the game as best as you can. So then moving on to during game breaks, so things such as timeouts and half times, they're also really important, and this is a really invaluable time for us to be able to adapt to the game and think about things that we perhaps haven't got right and things that we want to improve, or things that we think we're doing really well. So things such as perhaps a certain call we didn't like, perhaps some challenges or issues that were occurring, and things that and the ways that we think we can approach this. So this then allows us to rapidly adapt to the issues in the game and then overcome them as a team. So then thinking about following the game, this is also very important, as often I'm sure a lot of us have done this before, where a game finishes and we just want to get up to the referee room straight away and kind of forget about it. I think it's really important to actually debrief with your fellow partner about the game. Are we happy with how the game ended? Are we happy with the challenges that occurred in the game? Are we happy with how we handled them? And really be able to reflect with one another and provide one another feedback, allowing us to best implement these changes perhaps in our next game. If we have any questions or queries following the game, it's always a really great idea to communicate that to your supervisor, and they can provide you more feedback for that as well. Then lastly, during the game, I think this is also really important to consider, as I don't think it's thought about as communicating as much as it should be. So obviously during a game, you're not going to be yelling across at your partner as the play is going on, but you will, you should be engaging in more non-verbal communication, such as eye contact, giving each other thumbs up, and perhaps telling someone to hold the ball for a little bit longer during a sub or an inbound, as this is really important to have the best communication between one another, and then allows for more cohesion in the game and more control and flow of the game. So on to the next slide, please, Daniel. Yeah, so then the really important things to consider during the game when communicating is, one, is to be really specific. So don't dance around a point and kind of not be specific. Try to use specific examples and ways in which we can implement this change, as this allows for people to be on the same page and really be able to understand what everyone's saying. Because the whole point of communicating is to make sure that everyone's understanding what's being said, and if someone gets lost, it's going to not matter to communicate. So yeah, as I said, use specific examples, and if you don't think someone's understanding, it's okay to ask, do you understand this? And if you yourself aren't understanding, don't be afraid to admit that, because we've all been there where we have no idea what someone's saying. So the second of all is always be considerate. It should go without saying, but really speak to someone how you want to be spoken to. And obviously during games, it can be quite intense, and perhaps you may not speak to someone in the kindest way that you normally would. However, it's important to always think about how you would like to receive that information yourself and give everyone else that common courtesy. Then lastly, consider your audience. So I think it's important not to get bogged down in complex terminology when communicating with your fellow referees, as it may be going over someone's head if they don't necessarily understand that term. So always try to make it as simple as possible and speak in a way that everyone can understand, as it's obviously wanting to make sure that everyone can understand what everyone's saying. So on to the next slide, please, Daniel. So that finishes up our presentation part. We're going to now get the Kahoot going. So while Daniel loads it up, we'll just ask if anyone's got any questions, feel free to unmute yourself or chuck something into the chat.
Okay. Cal, what I'm going to do is I am quickly going to pop the Kahoot on. So, I'll just let you know for the Kahoot, this one's okay, but for the later ones, please use your real name because there will be some prizes. I've got, not for this one, but I've got a whole heap of stuff in front of me, prizes for people. So if you're not using your real name, we won't know who you are. Give it a bit longer because we've got 65 people on, but there's 99 people on the call, so I'll give it a sec. All right, I'm going to give it about another 30 seconds. All right, Cal, let me know when I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we should be good to go, I think. Yep. Alrighty, first question. What should be discussed before a game? Area 3-4 cutoff, area responsibility, key matchup, or all the above? I think all those three things are very important to talk about. Yeah, it seems like the majority of everyone got it right. Maybe some people were too quick to answer. Didn't see that last one there. Next one. Oh. Georgia, you want to do this question?
Yep. True or false questions from a player that require a more in-depth response should be directed towards a coach. Yeah, so definitely during junior domestic, if a player does ask you a question and it does require a lengthy response, it should definitely be directed towards the coach to discuss with you as the referee.
Next question. And Tacoma's Macca's is killing it at the moment.
I'm assuming that's Brendan.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
I'm just up the road from Tacoma Macca's, actually.
Good job, mate. Great work. It's another person who has no power. He's gone to Macca's Tacoma.
So which is not a good example of good communication between a referee and a player? Cool, awesome. So everyone seemed to get it right. So yeah, we obviously want to be avoiding a lengthy conversation before inbound, as we don't want to disrupt the flow of the game by having conversations with players too much. So it's important to try to keep our conversations quick and direct. And if we need more lengthy ones, we can direct that towards a different time, such as during a timeout or something like that. Go on, top, Brendan. True or false? All communication only occurs verbally. The quickest one yet. Come on, lucky last. Yeah, so false. Obviously, Cal spoke about non-verbal communication during the game, so thumbs up, things like that, eye contact, and yeah, next question.
Which is an example of non-verbal communication? Explaining why you made a call, giving a thumbs up when all substitutions have been completed, debriefing following a difficult game, and chatting with a supervisor regarding a call you made. That one, yeah, so obviously the rest were all verbal communication. Giving the thumbs up was the only non-verbal one, so yeah.
Joe Chew's on the chase.
Yeah, she's climbing up high.
She's climbing.
So which is not a good example of, so what is not an example of good communication between a referee and coach? Being professional, setting boundaries, ignoring the coach, or being solution focused. Cool, yeah, I was hoping everyone would hopefully get that right, because just ignoring the coach is not going to work, because more often than not, they would really like to be acknowledged and actually have their issue being solved or being actually acknowledged. So I'm glad that most people got that one right. Ben climbing up high. True or false? Referees should always tell their partners when they have given a warning. Well done. Yep, so definitely referees should always tell their partners, because you don't want to give out 2 warnings, or you don't want to have any miscommunications between yourself and your partner. Brendan's still on top, followed closely by Ben and Trent.
Who should you communicate with regarding player behaviour? The coach, the player, other officials, or all of the above? Yeah, so you obviously want to, if it's during junior domestic, you want to let the coach know, and you want to let your partner know if you're having issues with someone's behaviour, and it's good to let the person know as well that you have an issue with their behaviour on the court.
Looks like Lucy might have taken some of Ben's answers here. She's going particularly well.
Which is not an example of good communication between 2 referees. Yep, that one was an obvious one, so I'm glad everyone got that right. It's, as I said, be considerate, speak to people how you'd like to be spoken to, and telling someone that you're higher grade than them and dismissing them is not very considerate. So I'm glad most people recognise that. Tacoma Mac is still on top. I don't think he's going to be beat. Last question, everyone. You should admit to a mistake that you've made when asked about it. Great photo, by the way, Daniel. I'm glad most people got that right. It always good to admit when you're wrong. Obviously, admitting when you're wrong too many times is a bad thing, but admitting when you're wrong to a coach or a player really goes a long way building rapport and building that communication through the game. That concludes, let's see the leaderboard. That concludes our Kahoot. The third place was Sam. Second place, Trent. And I'm guessing it's the Climate Mackers. Yep. Alrighty, that concludes our Kahoot and our presentation. If you guys have any questions, feel free to private message us or throw it in the chat, whatever you want. Cool, otherwise I'll throw it back to Daniel.
Great, thank you very much. Fantastic work, Ryan, Georgia and Cal. I know you put a whole heap of effort into that, so thank you very, very much, and congratulations to Brendan from Macca's Tacoma for doing a great job there and beating a number of your supervisors. So well done, mate. What I'm going to do quickly before we move into the next session, which is a Watch Your Call session run by me and Ryan, I'm going to ask Mitch Nevin to come off mute and share his screen with you quickly. So Mitch, over to you.
Thank you, Daniel. Can we see my screen? Can I just get a thumbs up? Excellent. Thank you very much. Guys, I just want to quickly share with you the Padlet. Thank you for those who have already posted in there. But this is what we will see, and we'll then be able to download the photos and keep them in an album like we normally would for camp. Now it's been a little bit different this year, but you can already see some. There's Harper with her little notebook. We've got a group of our referees there, Sarah, Jai, Kyle, and we've got Mike Allsbrook there. We've got some people with terrible selfie skills. We've got Daniel Durak, who looks like he's had a really rough night. We've got Maddie Butler, we've got Kyle, we've got Joe there, and we've got some people with a lot better photo skills than myself. So this is what you'll see in the Padlet when we post in there. So please, if you haven't already, post your first bag in the Padlet, get creative. I want to see as many as we can. I'll be uploading them to Facebook if you get really creative. So I've already made this one the cover photo. So if you get really, really good, you might make the cover photo. And make sure if you're taking a photo like this, put your name against it so we know who's done it. So thanks heaps. That's Padlet. Keep posting in there if you haven't already. They'll be going throughout the day. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mitch. Megan, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Daniel. You guys will be experts at Kahoot now. So throughout the day, we've got 3 Watch Your Call sessions that will be done on Kahoot. Please, it's really important for this one. If you want to win a prize, we've got some $30 Visa gift cards up for grabs. So for whoever comes first, A grade and above, B grade and C. So each grade, the winner will get a prize of a $30 gift card. So please make sure for this one, you put your correct name. At the end, I did put a video together going over all the answers. We're not going to stop and discuss every single one just because we don't have time, but there will be a video that Daniel will post with the answers to these Watch Your Call clips. So if you can get your Kahoots ready, please. Daniel's going to share his screen.
Brendan, you've got another chance to win this Kahoot, mate.
That's good warm up for you, Brendan.
Did you want to talk about the different grades, Megan?
Yeah. So whoever the winner is for each grade will get the prize. Each clip will play once in real time and then once in slow mo. So don't be too quick to jump on the answer. If you want to just make sure you've really watched the clip and broken it down.
And just to be clear, I don't want to have to compete against Ian and David for the level 4. It'll be A grade and above. And for the purpose of the exercise, Joe Chu, you're in the A grade and above. Same with Helen and Terry. And we'll put Grant and Michelle in the B grade category. I've seen Grant play before, so definitely B grade. Let me know when we're good to go, Megan.
I'm good whenever you are, Daniel. We've got 86 on, 87. We might give it a minute or so. All right, let's do it, Daniel. 89.
All right, I'm ready to go.
Alrighty, clip 1. What's your call? C1 or C3 unsportsmanlike, C4 unsportsmanlike, hands foul or a no call. Put your answers in. Daniel, I reckon you can click skip now because we're 89, so we're good to go. Please. Well done to everyone got that correct, C1 or C3. So we had not a legitimate attempt to play the ball and unnecessary contact in transition. So it fit either of those two criteria. Thank you, Daniel. Alrighty. Next one, please, Daniel. Clip 2, what's your call? Block, charge, fake, or a no call? Well done. Most people got that correctly. The defender does establish a legal guarding position, moves laterally, and we have contact in the torso. So a charge on that play. Kyle with the lead. Good job. Alrighty. Next one, clip 3. What's your call? We've got either a C2 unsportsmanlike, C4 unsportsmanlike, a hands foul, or a C1, C3 unsportsmanlike. Again, most people got that correctly. I'm glad everyone established that, or nearly everyone established that it was an unsportsmanlike foul. We had unnecessary contact in transition as well as not a legitimate attempt to play the ball. Thank you, Daniel. Kyle sticking well in the lead there. Alrighty, clip 4, what's your call? We either have a blocking foul, a hands foul, a pushing foul, or a hand check. Just a couple of people just taking a little bit longer. All right, most people, again, well done. Hopefully the others were just maybe a bit quick, but a pushing foul, we had a player who put two hands in the chest of a defender and forcibly moved them. Chris Murray has taken the lead. All right, clip 5, what's your call? This will either be a hands foul, a C1 unsportsmanlike foul, a pushing foul, or a no call. Watch carefully. Nearly there, a couple more people put their answers in. Alrighty, not everyone got that one, but that one was actually a C1 unsportsmanlike foul. The defender used their right arm and didn't make a legitimate attempt to play the ball. So that one was a C1 unsportsmanlike foul. Well done to those people that got it correct. Alrighty, next one. Clip 6, what's your call? Blocking foul in the act of shooting, a blocking foul not in the act of shooting, a pushing foul in the act of shooting, or a no call. Well done, most people got that correctly. The offensive player gathered the ball in the motion of shooting and the defender didn't establish a legal guarding position. So that one's a blocking foul. Thank you, Daniel. Haley has taken the lead. Alrighty, next question. Lockie has also climbed the ladder. Clip 7, what's your call? Either a pushing foul, a no call, a C1 unsportsmanlike foul, or a hands foul. Right, just a couple more to answer. Righty, that one was actually a C1 unsportsmanlike foul. The player didn't make a legitimate attempt to play the ball, so that one is a C1. Thank you, Daniel. Lucy has taken the lead. Joe has also climbed the ladder. Good job, team. All right, thank you, Daniel. Clip 8, what's your call? It's either a hands foul, a C3 unsportsmanlike foul, a no call, or a C1 unsportsmanlike foul. Daniel, can you just pause the video? Sorry, please. Alrighty, again, most people got that correct. Well done. C1, unsportsmanlike foul, no legitimate attempt to play the ball. Thank you, Daniel. Chloe has also joined the ranks. Well done. And Mitchell, well done. All right. Thank you, Daniel. Clip 9, what's your call? Either a charge, a block, a no call, or a fake. Well done. Most people got that correct. A charge. So the defender established a legal guarding position and moved laterally, and the contact was in the torso. Alrighty, next one. Last question.
I can't believe that a heap of C grades are kicking everyone's backsides.
It's very
fantastic
impressive.
to see.
I'm very impressed.
Good.
And just be
job.
aware before we go into this last question, even though your name may not be on the leaderboard, you may be winning it for your grade. So just keep that in mind. All right. Thank you, Daniel.
The suspense is building. Ready, Megan?
I'm ready. I'm ready. All right. Clip 10. What's your call? Either a C1 unsportsmanlike foul, a pushing foul, a C1 and C2, or a hands foul. Right, again, most people got that correct, which was great. The defender didn't make a legitimate attempt to play the ball, and there was also heavy, excessive hard contact as well. So that one fit both of those criteria for an unsportsmanlike foul. All right, Daniel, you can reveal these winners, but they're not the actual winners. So if you'd like to get the podium ready, and I'll also get my winners ready, that would be great, please.
No problem. So you're happy for me to click the next button, Megan?
Yep, you can. And then once you've done that, I'll announce the winner of each grade.
All right. Lockie, good job. Oh, I wonder if they're sitting next to each other. Wowee. There we go. Ben Henderson's been shown up by Lucy. We've had 100 referees shown up by Doorkeeper. Well done. Good job, people. All right, Megan, have you got that ready to go?
Yes, I am about 2 clicks away. Give me 1 moment, please.
No problems. Lucy, would you like to make a speech?
Just need to think everyone needs to pick up their game, that's all.
Fantastic. Make sure that Ben does not get anywhere near this voucher, okay?
Mitch, are you able to bring that Padlet up just again while I'm grabbing these scores quickly? If we've had any additions to our Padlet. If you haven't posted in the Padlet as well, I'll quickly repost the link in the chat so you can have it right there ready to go. It's in the chat.
We have had a few additions. Megan, we have a very cute dog enjoying camp. We have Tamika enjoying camp. And we have someone sipping out of a terrible coffee mug. Not the current premiers anymore. That's okay. We'll forget about that. But if you haven't posted, please go on now. Give us a post, and like I said, if it's really good, I might share you to Facebook.
Alrighty, sorry guys. There is just getting into the report now.
Right, I can see three people. I can see 3 people are about to post. Oh, here we go. The yarn's posted.
And just quickly, for anyone who's using the fake names, if you win, you will not win. If you're not using your real name, you're not going to win. So I'm glad that Chris Murray and Chris Powell turned up today, but they're not going to win any prizes. So please use your real name. How are we going there, Megan?
Anyone who's a high school teacher can sympathise with Kahoot names. Couple on the call.
We're just having some technical difficulties, Daniel. So I might announce either just before the break or after our next box, if that's okay, please.
Suspense is killing me, Megan.
Yes,
Suspense
that's fine. Sorry about that.
All right. What we might do then is we might get Brooke to jump off mute, and I reckon she's almost small enough to fit inside that little box. So, Brooke, if I could hand it over to you to say a couple of words, that'd be great, and then hopefully Megan will be ready to go.
Yep, cool, no worries. Hopefully everyone's been able to take something away from this morning's sessions from our very inspirational supervisors and advisors. In a moment, we're going to head off for some morning tea, and you guys will need to open your bag too. There are some items in there to help you to take your break and recoup for the next set of sessions in a short while. Just don't forget to upload your photos to Padlet, which Megan will upload when she has a moment, for bag 2, which is your blue bag.
And I might just jump in here. Bag 2, you'll see that there's a little box in there. You'll see that there's a couple of little bags with some food in it. Brooke cooked 250 cookies in her oven at home. So please, I hope you appreciate how long it takes to cook, ice and bag 250 cookies. So Brooke, sensational job.
You're supposed to wait, and if everyone says they're good, you say it was me, and if they're no good, then we say we got someone else to do it.
Very good. Very good. Now, if you like your coffee or tea, it's probably a really great opportunity to use that. Use it during the break. If not, give it to your parents or give it to Ian Knight. I'm sure he'll use it on a Thursday night while supervising. How are we tracking, Megan?
It's still saying the Kahoot hasn't finished, so that's why I'm not able to see the answers, and I'm not sure why. So leave it with me. I'm sorry.
It's probably something I've done on my end, so sorry about that. All right. Anything else from you, Brooke?
Nope, all good.
Hey, is there going to
All
be
right,
a
guys.
second Padlet thing for each, like a different Padlet for every bag?
Yes, there is a
Yeah.
different Padlet for every bag.
Cool.
We'll send you the Padlet link in 2 seconds' time.
It's in the chat now, and on the Facebook page.
Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to head for a quick break. If I could ask that everyone be back here at 11:10. The next session we'll be having will be with special guest FIBA referee Taylor Flint for an interview. So I look forward to seeing you all back here at 11:10. And those of you that know me, I like to start on time, so please make sure you're not late. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zach Wilson. I'm a C grade ref and have been playing basketball since I was 6. I would like to thank the Knox VBRA team for making me feel so welcome and for mentoring me about the finer parts of the game. I hope you all are having a great time at ref camp and meeting new people and learning new skills. Can't wait to see you guys on court soon.
G'day team, I hope you're enjoying the camp so far. It wouldn't be the VBRA Knox camp without a planking competition. So see if you can break the Great Man Host's record of 4 hours and 28 minutes. I'll kick you off now.
Hi guys, my name's Sue Wilkinson and I'm a life member of the Knox VBRA. Firstly, I'd like to thank Daniel and all the committee for putting this virtual camp together. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful day and I hope you're all enjoying it and getting lots out of it. I'm sorry I can't be where you are. I'm at the farm today down in Welshpool and it's a beautiful day down here with the cows mooing and the sheep baaing. Anyway guys, enjoy the day. See you later. Bye.
Hey everyone, hope you're all doing well. It's great to see so many of you have signed up for the ref camp. I hope you're all enjoying it and are able to get something out of it. I'm looking forward to seeing you all out on court soon when we're able to return.
Guys, it's Sam Corrie here, and I'm tuning in from lockdown, and I probably am in much need of getting a haircut, as you can tell. But apart from that, I hope you guys are having an awesome experience so far at camp, and it's a bit different this year, and we're online and that kind of stuff, but I'm sure that there's heaps of stuff that we can still learn and take away from this. So enjoy it, guys.
It's Jess. I hope you are taking advantage of the 2021 lockdown ref camp, and I hope you guys are enjoying it, making the most of it. It's such a great learning experience, such a great time to, you know, better your ref skills, and yeah, I hope you guys are having fun and enjoying it.
Hi everyone, thought I'd come and say a quick hello. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Adele, I'm one of the assistant supervisors. I hope you're enjoying camp. Sorry that I can't make it there this year because of work, but hopefully we all get back on court shortly and can catch up soon. Have some fun and good luck to all the A grades doing their exam this year. See you later.
Hey guys, I'm coming to you from VBRA Knox branch headquarters. I hope you're really enjoying today. There's been a lot of people who've put a great deal of effort into today, and I'm sure that by you putting your best foot forward as well, you're going to take out of it as much as everybody has put into it. You couldn't come to a better place to learn how to be the best referee that you possibly can be. And so I really hope you enjoy today. It's going to be a great one. Enjoy.
Hope you're all enjoying the VBRA Knox camp. Hope they've all set it up so you're having some fun as well. Hope you're learning everything. Take everything you can from the camp. It's a great experience. And yeah, learn as much as you can.
Hey everyone, hope you're really enjoying the camp and the presentations that go along with it. Hopefully you're learning a lot from them, and we've really missed you a lot at VBRA Knox branch, and we're really excited to see you back out on the court.
Well, I hope you're all enjoying the incredible opportunity that is virtual ref camp for 2021, and I look forward to seeing you on the court really, really soon.
Hi everyone, we hope you're having a fantastic time at ref camp. If you can take one thing away from the weekend, we know that we've achieved something, and if you can reconnect with some of your peers, we hope to see you back on court again soon.
What a special time to be a part of a unique opportunity to do camp online. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, nice.
Max Alapan. I really hope you guys are having a great time today at ref camp and you're learning something you didn't already know. It's a really good opportunity to learn something and implement it into your own refereeing that you haven't done before. And I really look forward to seeing you guys back on court real soon and implementing some of the new skills that you've learnt over the course.
Guys, Emma Griffiths here.
And Michael Osbrook.
And we're really hoping that you guys are enjoying your time on ref camp.
Missing every one of you, and hopefully we get back to it soon.
Missing all your beautiful faces.
Hey there everyone, I hope you're enjoying our online ref camp this year. Have a great day.
Hey guys, it's Sarah, the best Charlton of course. I hope you guys are enjoying the first virtual ref camp. I know I am. There's so much we can learn and take away. I hope you guys are staying safe and I can't wait to see you back out on court soon.
Hey guys, hope you're having a great day at camp. I know it's not under the most ideal of circumstances, but regardless, I hope you enjoy the day and you can take away a lot. Cheers guys.
Hi all, welcome to VBRA Knox online virtual interactive development camp. I hope you've learned something from this camp.
with the range of presenters and workshops conducted today. I do hope that these will help you in refereeing and being able to progress you further and to assist in your referee journey.
Dad, I'm going to knock this over in 3, 2, 1. Just kidding.
Hey all, it's Ash. Just hoping you've been able to keep yourselves really busy over lockdown and that you're having a really great time on Ref Camp, getting heaps out of it, because it's a really great time to take in new skills and to take your ref into the next step, and also to engage and speak with other refs that you may not normally. It's a really great time, and I hope you're enjoying it and getting the most out of it, and that you're also getting to get back onto court.
It's Cooper. Hope you're all enjoying the first virtual camp for Knox, and I'm sure we're getting so much information out of it for our refereeing so we can implement it when we are back on courts finally for when we're officiating. Make sure you stay safe in lockdown, and I can't wait to see you all when we are.
Hey team, hope you're loving the first ever virtual referee camp. I know I am, and I can't wait to see you guys back out on court soon.
Hi guys, I hope you're enjoying your break at the virtual referee camp. I first attended this camp in 2010 when it was a joint Kilsyth Knox referee camp, so it's been around a long time. Enjoy your break, and I will see you very soon.
Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know what a fine is, it is if you do something silly at ref camp and get caught, you must pay a fine to me, the fines master. But on a lighter note, I hope you're all enjoying the ref camp, learning a lot, enjoying next activity.
Everyone, welcome to the referee camp. It's so good to see you all back. I miss you all. I hope you all stayed safe, and I can't wait to see you all back on.
Hey guys, hope you're enjoying camp. I'm really sorry we can't all be together at the one place, but that's the world at the moment. But I'm really glad that we can still enjoy it. I hope you get something out of it. Please put in as much as you can, and hope to see you all out on the court soon. Thanks.
I hope you are finding the virtual camp experience both fun and educational. Please enjoy the rest of the day.
What's wrong with being confident? What's wrong with being confident? It's time to get the chains out. Is your tongue tied up? 'Cause this is my round, and I'm dangerous, and you can get out. But it's all about me tonight.
All right. Welcome back from the break. I hope you all had time to go and grab a coffee, tea. Maybe you've eaten some cookies. I know there was lots of feedback coming through that the cookies were great. So good job, Brookie. All right. So we just had a bit of a quick introduction there, and I'd ask Taylor if you're on. I hope you're on, because this will be embarrassing if you're not. Can I get you to come off mute, please? Hey, Taylor, how you doing?
Can you hear me? Hi, guys.
Yep, I've got you. For everybody who doesn't know, as Ian's posted in the comments here, Taylor is the Queen of Bendigo, and Taylor is also a recently nominated FIBA referee. For a lot of the young guys on the call, the FIBA referee is someone who has going to have to get whoever's got me on. Whoever was not on mute, can you pop yourself on mute? So a FIBA referee is someone who has a license to referee international games, and based on the varying degrees, you can get all the way to the Olympics. So Taylor, thank you very much for taking the time to come to the camp today and to share with us your journey. So I have got some questions for you, so we might kick off. I'm going to take this down off the screen so that everyone can see your face when you're talking.
Okay.
All right. All right. So for everyone's benefit, we're going to run a little bit of an interview. This session will go for about 25 minutes. And if you do have any other questions that might come up during the session, please pop them in the chat, and I'll try and work them in as we're going through. So the first question I've got for you, Taylor, can you tell us a little bit about your journey? And I guess the importance that domestic basketball has played on that progression.
Sure. Well, thanks for inviting me, guys, and thanks for my little T-shirt. I feel like I'm part of the Knox family now. I got my cup and a drink bottle, and those cookies, whoever made them. I didn't get to eat them, but I heard that they were amazing. My partner ate them before I got home, so thank you for that. The question about my journey and the importance of domestic basketball. I haven't always had the best attitude towards refereeing. When I was younger, yes, I wasn't always as committed as I am now. And our domestic supervisor from Bendigo always tried to reiterate how important domestic was, and I didn't believe him. But if you can control a G-grade men's game with people who don't really necessarily know the rules or have the best skill set, then I think that you can control anything. And domestic's a good place for you to be able to implement any feedback that you've received, whether that's at a tournament or throughout BJBL or Big B games. I think that domestic's a great opportunity for you to practice your skills and try and implement new things.
Thanks, Taylor. The next question I've got for you. Obviously, to get from refereeing domestic basketball at Bendigo to your recent nomination as a FIBA official, what have been your goals in refereeing? I guess, from a junior referee, so, we've got people here who are green shirt referees, and I know when you started, there was no such thing as a green shirt.
No.
But right from when you started, I guess through to today, what were your goals initially as a referee starting off? And then as you've progressed through the ranks to be an NBL 1 referee and a WNBL referee and now a FIBA referee, what do your goals look like?
Well, when I first started refereeing, there wasn't necessarily a clear defined pathway as what there is now. So now when you start refereeing, you're a green shirt, your next goal is your stripes, and then you get your A grade and you try and achieve BJBL, and the steps that are involved. So when I first started, my main goal was just to make the SEBL panel, which is now the NBL 1 panel. And I just thought that if I could do that, then that was as far as I wanted to go initially. And then obviously the WNBL is the next step, and then FIBA. As long as I can, I'm hoping to get invited to a FIBA event. But fingers crossed with all this COVID stuff that they do get to go ahead in the future. But yeah, when I first started, my main goal was just to ref CABL/MBL1.
Wonderful, thanks. And I think that you know, for all the guys who are on the call today who are C and B grade referees, that can absolutely be something that you set, you set as a long-term goal and work towards. Along the way, you've obviously had plenty of achievements. Maybe if you could share a couple of those achievements with us, and then equally, I'm sure that along the way you've also had things that have been setbacks. So, getting to the elite level, it's not all glory. So I'm sure that there are some things that have held you back, and I guess I'd be interested to know a little bit about the achievements, the setbacks, and then what did you do to sort of overcome them?
Yeah. Achievement-wise, obviously, making the WNBL panel a few years ago, and then getting to referee my first WNBL game with you, Daniel, and also with Jason Kelly. So that was definitely a highlight for me. And then my recent FIBA nomination, where I had sort of decided that I didn't want to referee anymore. Well, I thought that I didn't. And then when that phone call came through, I was like, okay, no, like this is definitely something that I want. In terms of setbacks, I think I mentioned earlier that in the beginning, when I first started refereeing, my attitude towards the game wasn't necessarily the best. And I feel like in the long run, that has potentially held me back from achieving things earlier. And also my health has probably been a setback for me a little bit as well. Some people may or may not know, but I actually have multiple sclerosis. So when I was diagnosed with that in 2015, 2016, that really knocked my confidence. And ever since then, I've really struggled with my confidence and doubting my ability basically on the floor. But since getting this FIBA nomination, and especially the last MBL1 season, I sort of had more confidence about me, and so I'm hoping that will continue to carry through into the WNBL season that starts in about a month, which I'm really looking forward to.
Fantastic. I think you've probably had, some setbacks, I guess, along the way that maybe other people wouldn't have, wouldn't have to deal with. So I think, to be able to get from, where you started to where you are has been really fantastic. I think the other thing you said that probably resonated with me a little bit then was, if your attitude had have been a little bit different to start off with, then maybe you could have been further than where you are now, or you might have had some lost time along the way. So again, I think that's probably really important for a lot of the people who are on the call today, who are considering whether or not they want to take their refereeing to the next level.
Yeah. So no, I see Helen. Sorry, I was going to say Helen Palsy is on the call, and I saw her face before, and she will be nodding when I'm saying that my attitude wasn't necessarily the best coming through, because she was in charge of the country refs when I first started, and yeah, she's probably laughing to herself about that comment.
Very good. I guess along the way, you've no doubt had mentors and role models along the way. Who were they, and sort of how have you leveraged that relationship to assist in your journey?
Yeah, along the way, I probably didn't have any role models as such. It probably wasn't until I made it onto the SEABL panel, we were appointed a mentor, and I was just fortunate enough to be appointed Jason Kelly. So he was a huge help initially in being a mentor for me. But I would even consider you, Daniel, as a mentor. Like, I talk to you about my games, I send you clips and get you to watch them, ask for your opinion. So I would say that anyone can really be a mentor, and a lot of people have had an influence over my game and how I referee. Yeah.
Fantastic. Cool. Thank you. In terms of technique, and you talked a little bit before about your confidence and, the fact that took a bit of a hit in 2015 and 16.
Yep.
Can you maybe share with us some of the techniques that you use personally to sort of build that presence on the floor? So, just so you know, at Knox, we've got 300 referees. We've got 47% of those referees are female, and lots of people are aspiring to sort of get to that elite level. So, you know, what techniques do you use to build your court presence on the floor? In particular, the fact that you're a female referee who does officiate elite men's basketball.
Yeah, sure. Court presence is probably a big thing of mine. Like, I always strive to have good court presence, and whether that's on the floor or off the floor. Like, I'm huge on, you know, on game day, dressing well, hair done, you know, makeup done, always looking good. In terms of court presence, I really think that having good, clear communication and signals is a huge part of court presence. When I first started, I used to have really bad signals, and I would never believe any of the referee instructors when they would tell me they were bad. But I remember Peter Carey would hound me about my signals, like something shocking. And then I was like, oh, mate, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, they're really, really good. And they were actually really, really bad. But so yeah, you know, trying to get your signals like in the box and like to frame your face, you know, 90-degree bends on your arms and things with your signals, and just, yeah, have a loud, clear voice to the score table, I think really helps with your communication and court presence. You know, always tucking your shirt in for domestic basketball. I was renowned for not tucking my shirt in when I was younger, but you know, tuck your shirt in, don't roll your sleeves up, like always just look professional all the time. I think helps with your on-court and off-court presence. And the question about being a female officiating men's basketball, especially the last few years, I haven't really noticed a change. It's not like, oh, you're a girl, like you can't do this. But I do remember back in 2013, Kaya Boersma and I'm not sure if she still refs at Knox, but we were appointed the Div 1 men's grand final series for Big V, and it was over in 2 games out of the 3, and it was the last game we were at Whittlesea, and we finished games no problem, and this woman came up to us and she was like, you girls did a good job, but I don't know why they'd put 2 females on a men's game. And I think that's probably the only time that I've ever experienced not sort of fitting in with the men. But yeah, I feel just if you have good court presence and you can communicate, then you shouldn't have any problem officiating women or men. It's just the same. Like, to me, it's just basketball, and you're just there to do your job. Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, look, I think you make a really good point. Over time, and maybe that was the case sort of, you know, 7, 8 years ago, where those questions may have been asked. But I think certainly in 2021, some of the best referees in the country are female, and internationally, there's many fantastic women referees. So I think that's becoming less and less of an issue compared to sort of where we were 10 years ago.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I guess, you know, you talked about your goal being WNBL. How do you prepare yourself for the pressure associated with doing games that are on national TV? You know, there's like 6 camera angles and the scrutiny that comes with it.
I have been lucky enough to not have too many TV games, but they do make me nervous. You know, you don't sleep very well the night before worrying about being on TV. But at the end of the day, it's just another game. So you just need to prepare yourself the same way every time. You know, with the WNBL, you need to, you know, scout the teams. You all 3 of you who are in the crew participate in the pre-game. You all prepare different elements and you discuss the game together. So I really think that just because it's on TV, it shouldn't really change your focus and your preparation for the game. But yeah, I'm lucky enough to not have had too many TV games.
Or unlucky enough, depending on which
or
one.
Unlucky enough, yeah.
So, I mean, doing the WNBL, the games are obviously pretty challenging. We had a session before where we talked a little bit about communication techniques. And one of the things the guys were talking about before was, hey, it's okay to make a mistake. Can you tell us a little bit about how do you get you can always admit that you've made a mistake, but how do you get yourself back in the game mentally after you've made a mistake or an error at that level?
Yeah, I used to struggle with this a lot. I would make a bad call or get something wrong, and then I would just be constantly thinking about it for the rest of the game, and it would distract me from actually refereeing, and then that would lead to more mistakes. So I've been notorious for not being able to just remove it out of your mind and then refocus. I feel like I'm getting better at that, but it definitely takes some practice to remove the bad call and then just refocus back on the game again. So I don't think I'm really giving you an answer. But yeah, you just have to just forget about it, try and forget about it, and then refocus and remembering what you're doing while you're out there and not dwelling on the bad calls. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. You also talked before about Peter Carey handing you around your signals and things like that. How do you seek and absorb feedback, whether it be from the instructors or from other people, in order to improve your game?
Yeah, you're always going to get different people's opinions, or especially at like a VJBL level or Big V, you're going to have different instructors like each week, who are all going to have different opinions and different feedback to give you. So you just need to basically accept everything that they say, but you don't have to take on board everything. Like, be polite to them, don't like be rude or anything. But yeah, just if you're constantly hearing the same sort of trend, then obviously you need to do something about it. Just like my signals are really bad. But yeah, there's many different ways that you can absorb their feedback, or if you don't necessarily understand what they're saying, I'm sure, Daniel, that they could ask you to interpret what they're saying, or you could try and bounce it off other people. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I'm answering the question.
No, that's okay. I think you've
yeah.
I think you've answered that one. That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
And I think your point about not being rude to people, there's lots of people are going to have different advice, and I think you will have seen that over the years around whether it be advice on a particular situation or maybe something that's conflicting with information that someone else has shared with you. So it's about taking the things that can best improve your own game, I guess. So what about fitness? What do you need to do to maintain your fitness and your game preparation for a big game like a WNBL game? What's required?
Fitness is definitely a huge part of it, and not just like being able to keep up with the game, but being mentally switched on to referee. I live in Bendigo, so basically anywhere that I go, it's at least an hour or two drive, and I've obviously got used to that over the years. That's part of like my pre-game preparation. You listen to some good music, you're driving, thinking about the game, thinking about what you're going to talk about in the pre-game. So yeah, the trip to the game is actually part of my preparation, and I find when I referee in Bendigo and I only live like 4 minutes from the stadium, I never referee well because my usual like process of getting ready hasn't happened. So yeah, watching games is also helpful as well. Watching games from the previous weeks or particular clips, that definitely helps prepare you for the game. And especially like in the off season, I didn't go to the WNBL hub in Queensland, but I was still watching all the games. So it sort of makes you still feel like you're involved, but you're not necessarily out on the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you. The next question I've got for you is, this one I guess is about the relationships that you've got with the players and the coaches across multiple leagues. I mean, having refereed games with you before, you're always renowned as someone who's got really good, solid relationships that help you work through a game, whether it be with your partner referees or with players and coaches across the league. What do you do, and what have you done, I guess, to grow that mutual respect with players and coaches across the league?
Yeah, I think that just comes down to being approachable and being able to have a conversation with people and not being, just real trigger happy on, coach, that's enough, like players can't talk to me. I was involved in a session a couple of weeks ago with Kerry Graff and Lauren Jackson. They were talking to the 5 female FIBA referees that have just been appointed, and they were saying the biggest thing that they find with referees is being able to communicate with them. And if they have got a question, don't ignore them as the official. Like, don't just, because you're concentrating, don't ignore them. At least if you just say, I've heard you, coach, I'll come back and answer your question, they appreciate that a lot more than just being ignored. Because I know there's some coaches that they will just keep calling out across the floor at you until you acknowledge them, and that obviously really frustrates them. So just being approachable and being able to communicate, I think, helps build a good rapport with people. And the more players and coaches see you, the more you can start to build that as well. It would be hard probably at a BJBL level where you've probably got different teams and different coaches like every Friday night, but especially at domestic, you can also build that rapport with players and coaches as well.
Wonderful. I heard you say before that you met with Carrie Graff and Lauren Jackson, and you were able to, I guess, take something away from them. I guess it's still relevant for everybody on this call at domestic level. There's lots of things you can do around the stadium to build great relationships with players and coaches. So probably that's a takeout for everyone that's on this call as well. In terms of the, I guess, some of the challenges that you faced in games, can you maybe share with us, your most challenging situation that you've come across in a game as a referee, and how did you deal with it?
I don't know. I can't really think of any, to be honest. Yeah, I can't think of anything that's any more challenging than just the game itself, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool. What about when people call you jump balls back? Does that?
Oh yeah, that's challenging. What was it? 3 times or something?
Does that make you feel a little bit uncomfortable, maybe, Taylor?
Just a little bit.
I promise I will not call you jump ball back 3 times again.
Okay.
All right. What about and there's lots of people here who will be balancing the commitments of refereeing with the commitments in life. How do you balance, the real world with that of basketball refereeing?
I don't ref domestic anymore, but I do remember when I was reffing domestic like 2 or 3 nights a week and trying to work full time, and then you refereeing on the weekends. It can get a bit much. And basketball was my life for a long time. Like, it's just what you did every weekend. You were refereeing. And it wasn't until sort of COVID hit that I realized that, it's really important to have a life outside of basketball as well and spend time with your family and your friends. So I think it's really important to have that balance, and you just need to be able to say no sometimes, but to particular things, but you still also need to be able to do the things that you love as well. So I'm hoping that once the WNBL season starts, there will be a good balance of work, refereeing, and then also getting to spend time with my friends and family. It's just, you just need to schedule time for things, I guess. And not putting yourself out too much either.
Taylor, I've just had a question come to me by someone who has messaged it through to me privately. I just wanted to touch on the part about fitness. So how important is fitness at the elite level for a referee?
It's extremely important. I'm probably not as fit as I should be at this point of the year, approaching the season that's starting in 4 weeks' time. But it is very important. They do the yo-yo test now as the fitness test, not the beep test anymore, which definitely is more in line with how the game is actually played out. Lots of sprinting up and down, like fast breaks and things. But yeah, do all sorts of different types of fitness. Probably 5 times a week, maybe even more. It definitely helps your game. If you're during a fast break situation and you're lagging behind, you're potentially going to miss something, or be in a bad position, which will then throw your partners out, which could then lead to issues in the game. If that answered the question, I don't know.
No. Thank you for clarifying that one. I've got 2 questions to go, and we've got about 3 minutes before the next session. So if there's any other questions that people have got, can you pop them in the chat, and I'll try to get to them. The next question I've got for you, Taylor, what would be your biggest achievement as a referee and why?
My biggest achievement as a referee and why? I'd probably say the FIBA nomination. I know I'm the only female from Bendigo to ever have a license at this point, and the 3rd person in total. So I'd say that's probably my biggest achievement.
Fantastic. That's definitely something to be pretty proud of. And the last question I've got for you, what advice have you got for the 100 people that are on the call today, in terms of what they should concentrate on if they really want to enhance their refereeing, taking into consideration the learnings from your own journey?
Yeah, I would say just be yourself and develop your own style. I know when I was younger, you try and copy other people's style, but you just need to have your own style and do things your own way. I really think that that's probably the most important part. You need to do the right things and do what you're told, but you also need to stand out in a way that's different from others. Because we can all call a foul, we can all call a travel, but it's just the way in which you do it and the way that you conduct yourself, I think is important.
Excellent. All right, so I've had 2 questions, or 2 more questions that have been submitted. So the first one is, this one I guess is a sort of to do with training. How do you deal with the soreness and the likes that come from training to stay fit and then not burning out on court?
I don't know how to answer that question. I don't work out too excessively, I guess. I don't know. I do know that when we got back into the NBL 1 season after having that whole year off from COVID, the old legs were a bit sore after the first couple of games. But I don't really know how to answer that question. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. The second question I've got here is in relation to the recent announcement that Jackie Dover has been invited to the NBA development program. Do you think that could be a goal for yourself down the track? And how important is Jackie's appointment to the NBA development program for female referees in Australia?
Yeah, what Jackie has achieved in the last year is absolutely amazing for her. It's definitely something that me personally, that's not really something that I would be interested in. But I think that anyone can follow in her footsteps and do what she's doing, because she's absolutely killing it, and I'm super happy for her. But that's not a path that I would personally want to take. But it could definitely, anyone else could do what she's doing as well.
Wonderful. And the final question I've got here, I'm getting flooded here, just so you know, Taylor, but I'll make this the last question because I promised you I'd have it done in 30 minutes.
You actually said 25, but okay.
Okay, sorry. Does Taylor have a favourite game that she's refereed, or most memorable one, and what made it so significant?
Most memorable game was my first ever NBL game with you and with Jason Kelly. We're at Melbourne Boomers at FBC. I think there was 2,500 people in the crowd, and it was just amazing. I definitely remember that. Probably my favourite game ever.
Wonderful. It's great to be a part of it. All right, so we've reached the end of the 25 to 30 minutes that I asked you for. Look, on behalf of everybody who's on the call today, I just want to say thank you very much for giving up your time. You didn't have to. I know that the moment I asked you, you were like, yep, no problems. How can I get involved? So thank you very much for sharing your journey. You know, there's lots of really great comments coming through here about you being an inspiration. You should be really proud of your achievements. You know, I echo those comments, and really looking forward to seeing what you're able to do, not only in the WNBL season that's coming up, but on the international stage and wherever you decide to take your refereeing. So thank you very much for the chat. It's been great, and thank you for wearing the Knox shirt too. It's great to see you wearing a Knox shirt, not a Bendigo shirt.
I'm going to wear this all day. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Thank you
Excellent.
for having me, guys. Like, you guys are so lucky to have people like Daniel and Megan who care so much about helping develop you. I really wish that I could be a part of the Knox Association. I think I always say to Daniel all the time, I want to be a Knox member. So enjoy it, and yeah, good luck with everything.
Thanks, Taylor. All right, so we're going to move on to the next session, and I think it's probably it's timely. What we're going to do next is we're going to have a discussion with Cameron Crees, who's going to take us through Knox referees, what progression means, and pathway. But before we do that, I've been getting messages from both Megan and Mitch, and I think that one of them wants to say something before we scoot into the next session.
Daniel, I'm just going to
Yes.
I'm just going to share my screen so we can look at the second Padlet. Just bear with me. We've had plenty of photos flood through. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out my screen. All right, coming through to you now. Excellent. So we've had plenty of people come in on our second Padlet with their mugs and their cookies and their little snacks. So big thanks to Brooke. We've got some people shouting out to Brooke that they really loved the cookies. We've got some people using their mug as a holder. Tamika obviously doesn't love coffee, but that's okay. We can see that Ash loves his coffee though. We've got Cooper here with his coffee and his cookie. We've got lots of animals and dogs on the screen, and again, all of these will be posted onto our Facebook. And it would just a quick shout out to Ryan Sullivan, who I believe made this nice little thing out of his Skittles. So I reckon that's pretty creative. I reckon that might be leading the pack currently. So let's see how creative we can get. Back to you, Daniel.
Lovely, fantastic. Great job, Brian. That's awesome. All right, what we're going to do next is we're going to, as I mentioned, we're going to hand it over to Cameron. So Cameron, I'll leave it to you, mate. You will have to come off mute too.
Neil, have you got me?
Yes, gotcha.
Thank you. All right. Great presentation, Taylor, as well. Fantastic to share your journey with the guys here. I'm going to do something similar, but I'm going to start right back at the domestic level and then sort of follow the panels up. And Daniel, I'm well aware that we're 5 minutes late, so I will do my best here.
Good stuff, mate.
Beautiful. So, sorry, I think my laptop's just a little behind, but I've got the slides up here separately. So, slide 1, we're looking at the skills needed to progress through the levels. So, keep these 5 dot points in mind throughout the next 15 minutes, and then also take them away when you guys go back to the domestic games on Saturdays and Sundays for juniors, and also the senior competition on weeknights as well. So point number 1, you have to have a great work ethic to be successful, not just in refereeing, but in any trait within life. So that includes things like fitness that Taylor spoke to. Get up and go to the gym at 6 o'clock like I did this morning. You need to prioritise things, have a great work ethic to drive your own success. Point number 2 there is self-confidence. So that's all around how you present on court. It's how you back your own ability in to be able to make the correct decisions. So reach out to your supervisors, guys, on any session, and they'll have some really great pointers around little tips and tricks to increase and improve your self-confidence. Number 3 is attention to detail. The big one there for me that sticks out is probably rule knowledge. So we need to know the rules back to front to be able to apply them effectively. We can't just be really la-di-da about them. We need to know everything down to the minute detail. Not saying you have to be able to recite the book back to front, but we should have a really great knowledge to be able to apply that knowledge then to the situations that happen on the floor. Point number 4 is all around your ability to receive feedback. So if we want to improve as officials, we have to be able to take on advice from fellow officials, supervisors, referee coaches, league administrators, etc. So if you're really someone who closes the door to feedback and doesn't have that sort of ability to take it on, you're actually putting yourself at a disadvantage because you're going to lack all that extra advice and knowledge that you're receiving. And the last point there, number 5, is all around teamwork. So this for me is the biggest one because we need to be team players on the floor. We're refereeing groups of 2 or 3. It's not an individual sport for us as officials. So individual talent will only get you so far. You need to be a great team player to be able to progress. Next slide. Thanks, Daniel. All right, so keeping all those 5 points in mind from the previous slide, we're going to apply those to domestic, and we're going to move from our C grade to our B grade to our A grade, and then we're going to skip forward to moving on to junior panel. So this is the next progression after you get your A grade. It allows you to travel to other local stadiums on Friday nights to officiate in the Victorian Championship level, commonly referred to as VC. Some of those stadiums will include Kilsyth, Dandenong, Nuttawading. Jo Chu and her team do a fantastic job of keeping us all local, which is great. Thanks, Jo. And you'll get to referee with new people as well. So that's where that ability to take on feedback and be a great teammate really comes in handy. It can be tricky to meet someone for the first time 10 minutes before you're meant to referee with them. So that's why I say keep those 5 previous dot points in mind as we're moving through these panels. This is where you'll actually get exposed to the first, I guess, formalised ref coaching. So you might be appointed a referee coach for a particular game who will sit courtside. They may use something like an iPad to clip calls from the game, and then you'll be given a job form or a game analysis form afterwards, which will give you some scores. It'll give you some feedback in certain areas, you know, foul calling, violations, presentation, etc. And that's a really great added benefit with jumping onto the junior panel. And then the last point down there is all around the opportunity to attend National Junior Classics and Australian Junior Championships. I've been really lucky with those, been appointed to a handful, as I know a lot of the guys on this call have. So if people want to know more information or want to know little skills and tips and tricks to how to get to those, just reach out to your supervisors. Send me a message whenever. The guys that referee on Wednesday nights get there 10 minutes early and we'll have a chat about it. Because I think that's probably the most exciting part about moving onto the state panels. Next slide, thanks, DB. Okay, so we've had our crack at junior panel. We've done a year or two and we're now ready to progress onto the big V panel. So this is where we step up another level in terms of travelling to other venues. So you could be appointed to any venue within Victoria on a Saturday or a Sunday, from anywhere to Mildura, Latrobe. You might be lucky and get games at Knox, Kilsyth, Dandenong, but you have to be able to commit to this level in the preparation that you know you might have to travel a fair distance to the games. Me personally, I love jumping in the car. Like Taylor said, It gives you that ability to prepare mentally for the game, just zone out for a little bit, listen to some music, have a think about the teams that you're going to referee. That's all part of the fun for me. Dot point number 3, there's all around refereeing with other higher level officials. So we all love refereeing with our mates at Knox, but getting out there and refereeing with other level 1s and 2s and 3s exposes you to new skills that those guys have, maybe little traits that they do that you think are quite nifty and could implement into your game. That's a big factor there. Again, the formalised referee coaching probably steps up a notch as well. You're probably expected to perform a little bit better on Big V as opposed to junior panel. So I wouldn't say it's very, very, very highly scrutinised, but there's certainly those discussions with your referee coaches that will be quite open and honest. And now we can tie that back to being open and having the ability to receive feedback. That's where that's so crucial. You got to remember that the feedback you receive on games is always professional. It's never personal. Okay. So point number 5, and this is super exciting. You then get the ability or the opportunity to be involved in road trips and overnight stays. And I've put there, you may even get to fly to some games. I was lucky enough to jump on a plane with David Pretty, who's on the call today, and we headed up to Mildura for a Big V men's final, grand final series, semi-final series. So David was the referee coach. We jumped up on a plane, left quite early in the morning, had some lunch up in Mildura, took part in the game. What a fantastic experience. Anyone that's aspiring to get onto Big V, things like that, are absolutely just a huge tick in my book. Next slide, thanks, Daniel. Okay, and this is the last panel that we'll talk about. So moving on to the NBL1 panel. So you've done a couple of years on the Big V panel. You've been quite successful. We now implement a selection criteria. So it's really important that you do all the right things and really apply yourself to put you in the best opportunity to be selected by BV to move on to this NBL1 panel. Again, I've put there travelling to any stadium within Victoria, and I've included Tasmania this time because there's teams in Northwest Tassie, Launceston and Hobart in that league. You get the ability to jump onto the 3-person officiating with other level 3s from around the state, minimum level 3. You may be lucky enough to get exposed to people like Daniel Taylor, who have been around for a little bit longer and are much further progressed. And again, that's a huge takeaway for me. I go from supervising and sort of being at the top echelon of the domestic stuff to then jumping onto a league like NBL1 and being right back down the bottom again and feeling like a little baby. I'm looking up to the next group up. So that opportunity to officiate with people who have their FIBA badge, wow, awesome. Now, point number 4, again, we touched on the formalised referee coaching, but we're going to take it up a little bit of a notch here, and we're going to dive into some video assessment and reviews of your calls. So every game in the NBL1 League is uploaded to a website called Huddle, sometimes the night of the game, if not certainly the next day. So there's an expectation on that league that you review all your games and cut up the calls, good calls, bad calls, things you liked, things you want to do differently next time. So that's another step up in terms of formalised referee coaching, because you'll get those clips coming from the ref coaches as well. And then you go and do your own individual review. And point number 5 down there, the opportunity to be involved in road trips. So again, like the Big V and the overnight stays. And then I've put there, you may even get to fly to some games. So similar to Big V, but this time I flew to Tassie with Ian Knight, who again is on the call. And that was probably the most enjoyable thing I've done in my 12 years of officiating since I joined in 2009 at Knox. So again, as people are looking to find motivation and looking for things to aspire to, doing a Tasmania trip is super awesome. Next slide, Daniel. Thank you. So I've got here just a little bit of a summary. So the opportunities are endless with an insane amount of fun to be had along the way. I've touched on a few road trips. That's just scraping the surface of the fun that you're going to have along the way. The big one for me here, one of the most important things is the friendships that you create on your journey. We're all awesome friends here at Knox. You expand those friendship groups and those networking connections when you jump onto junior panel, when you jump onto Big V, NBL1. If you're lucky enough to go to a national championships, you'll meet people from Sydney, Adelaide, Perth, Brisbane. I certainly talk to some of those guys every single week from interstate, and if I'm ever travelling, I know I've got friends in other cities who I've refereed with before who I can be in constant contact with, so that's pretty cool. Dot point number 3, progression isn't always in your control. So seek feedback, be approachable, and be a good teammate with a high work ethic. What I mean there is that let's control what we can control. We say that in our pre-games a lot. But sometimes you're doing all these right things and you might get stuck and you think that you're not progressing. Let's lead that into dot point number 4. Don't ever give up, even when things don't seem like they're going your way. And Taylor, sorry to steal your content here again, but Taylor spoke about, feeling a little bit flat and she wasn't sure if she wanted to keep refereeing. And then how awesome to be getting that phone call from FIBA saying you've received a badge. That's pretty cool. And that's an absolute testament to not giving up when it doesn't seem like it's going your own way. And then the last point there is all about utilising the experiences and knowledge we have here at Knox to further your development. We have the most comprehensive group of supervisors, high-level referees, knowledgeable officials, and just all-round great people. Super important to utilise that in your domestic sessions, guys. I can't emphasise that enough. Thank you, everyone, for listening. We've probably got a couple of minutes for any questions. If you've got any, Daniel, or any have come through on the chat.
Wonderful, thanks, Cam. Really great presentation. I'm just waiting to see if there's any questions that are coming through. There was a few comments here about fried chicken at 1 o'clock in the morning in Hobart. People feeling sorry for you having to go to Mildura with Dave Pretty, and I equally feel sorry for you having to go to Hobart with Ian Knight. So just seeing whether or not there's any questions at all coming through. If not, what I'll do is, okay, here we go. Okay, so the question is, Cam, how did you go about getting graded? As in, what are the levels?
Okay, cool. Yeah, so within our own branch, we can be graded from C to B, from B to A. And then everything above that, like your level 1, 2, 3, that's all controlled by BB. You get the opportunity to be invited to courses and they run all the content there. So I think that's what Hayley must be referring to.
Yeah, that's right. So what we'll do, Cam, really great presentation, mate. Thank you very much for taking the time to pull that together. If there are any questions that anyone has post this, I'd ask that you send them directly to Cameron. If you don't know Cameron, he's not a scary bloke. You can add him on Facebook, you can send him a message, you can use the WebEx chat function if you like, and I'm sure he'll come back to you as quickly as he can. All right, so what we're doing next is we're going to move into the final session before lunch. This one is another What's Your Call session. So, Megan, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Daniel. So you'll need Kahoot again. So this is our session 2 of Kahoot. So I'm just going to share my screen. Now, Daniel, can you just give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen, or tell me that you can see my screen, please?
Can't see your screen yet.
You can't, sorry.
No.
Apologies. Can you see it now?
No. I'm going to stop sharing to give you the chance to share.
Hopefully that works.
Cameron, can you just come off? Can you just come off mute quickly while Megan gets this ready? I've had two other questions that came through to me, which I didn't see. Let me know when you're there, Cam. Cameron must have decided to go and have his lunch break early, so we'll have to come back to those. Sorry, sorry, Kobe and Terry. I didn't have it up on my screen. I was looking at a different device, so sorry I missed that question. All right, Megan, I've got a blank screen. I haven't got anything.
Okay. I'll try one more time. Sorry. Can you see now?
Okay, yes, got it. We're good to go. If you could full screen it, that'd be fantastic.
Yep. Would you like me to also announce, Daniel, the winners from the last Kahoot?
That would be fantastic. Thank you, Megan. I have got the $30 vouchers here ready to go.
Wonderful. So we have our winner of C grade, Lucy McLennan. Well done. Our winner of the B grade, Lachlan Zeitz. Congratulations. And A grade and above was Hayley Arnott. Well done, team. All right, I'll turn our music on.
Very spooky, Megan.
Yeah. Again, well done to those people that have used their proper names, otherwise you will not be able to. Now, Sam, are you there? Sam McGeever? Would you like to talk through these answers?
Yes, mate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Listen.
Oh.
Give it a couple more minutes and then I'll start because I can see we've got 82 on. Right, 10 more seconds and then I'm clicking start, so hopefully everyone can jump on. Alright, here we go. We're kicking off. Alrighty. What's your call? Click one. Charging foul, no call, fake, or a blocking foul. It'll play again in a slow-mo.
So the answer is a blocking foul. The defender didn't establish a legal guarding position, and the contact is not on the torso of the defensive player, hence blocking foul. So close. Some had a charge, but that one's a block. Next one, please, Meg.
Yep. Lockie Gade in the lead to start off. All right, what's your call? Clip 12, offensive foul, fake, unsure, or no call.
I have to skip Meg in a sec.
Yep.
Because this
Yep.
time is too long.
Righty.
So some say no call. We've got offensive foul on that. The left arm bar extends into the defender's chest, which creates some space and allows her to take the shot off. This is an offensive foul. Off you go.
Good job. Alrighty. What's your call? Clip 13. Pushing foul on grey, pushing foul on white, play on or backboard supports violation.
May need the replay. Correct. So the majority of the groups got that. It's a pushing foul on the defender. Sorry, not the defender, the rebounder, which was in a grey jumper. They come from behind and push the white player into the next player, which is also grey, causing a bit of a domino effect. So the foul needs to go against the grey player who did the initial push. Next one, please, Meg.
Oh, Mitchell Kennedy is taking the lead. Brad, Dylan, Nick, Will. All right.
Clip 14.
All right, we've either got pushing foul, a no call, a hands foul, or a travel.
Good to go, Meg, I think. So over half the groups got that right. It's a pushing foul on the shooter. The defender creates illegal contact with their chest, which bumps the shooter who is in the act of shooting. It's a pushing foul and 2 shots. The offense.
Righty, we'll move on. Good job. Clip 15, what's your call? Unsportsmanlike foul, blocking foul, pushing foul, or a disqualifying foul?
For the replay, Meg, you may need to just skip a few blocks of 5 seconds if you can.
No, I can't.
You can't? I think everybody got a good look at it. But the replay's going to take a bit of time.
Oh, everyone answered. That's good.
So, yep, there's nobody that says pushing or blocking. This is definitely a flagrant not intentional, flagrant unsportsmanlike foul, which is disqualifying. It's also a tunnelling act, which is a disqualifying foul. So unsportsmanlike would need to be upgraded further to a DQ. Next one.
Righty, good job, team. Right, clip 16, what's your call? No call, travel, hands foul, or a hump call? Alrighty.
The correct answer is travel. I can see why a lot of people say no call. The offensive player fails to release the ball before landing, hence travel. However, no call, I can see why a lot of people have said that, which is very close.
Clip 17, what's your call? Unsportsmanlike foul, play on, travel, or a hands foul?
Very good. Most of the groups got that right. It's a hands foul. The shooter has illegal contact on the shooting arm, so it's 2 shots. The review, I believe, would have been for a C1 unsportsmanlike, which the referees on that game decided to stick with the initial call, which is hands foul. So next one, Nick.
Ooh, Nick Bosch taking the lead. Good job. Alrighty. Clip 18, what's your call? Travel, no, double dribble, or a hands foul?
This is a travel. So it's a move that you don't see very often, and it often catches the referees by surprise when it happens, but a player jumps and then releases the ball to try and dribble. So once your pivot foot comes off the ground, you can no longer start a dribble, you need to either pass or shoot. So when you jump, your pivot foot leaves the floor, which means you cannot dribble or start a dribble like that. So that's a travel. Next one, Mick.
Awesome. Michael Allsbrook taking the lead and others not too far behind. All right. Question 9. What's your call? Sorry, 19. What's your call? Hands foul, pushing foul, travel, or a double dribble?
This is a travelling violation. So the player jumps and lands before the foul occurs. So I can see why 37 people have said a hands foul, because there is a hands foul in there. Only the travel occurs before foul on this particular player.
Alrighty, Michael also has the lead with some others not too far behind. I think we've got one question to go. Remember, you may not be on the screen, but you are close to being the winner. So here we go. Question 10, clip 20. What's your call? Shot clock violation, hands foul, travel, or a carry.
Correct answer is a hands foul. So the defense makes illegal contact on the arm of the dribbler as the shot clock is winding down. It should be called a hands foul. Had the foul not been called, the defensive team pick up the ball and get a pretty good run down the other end. So the shot clock violation can be ignored and continued if the hands foul is not called. However, this needs to be called a hands foul, this particular play. Hopefully that makes sense. And that's it for this section of What's Your Call?
All right, the podium, third, Kenji. Second, Michael Allsbrook. And first, Mate Humphrey. Well done. As I said, we obviously have a winner for each of those, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen, Daniel. But we may announce those after lunch, so I have some time to get that report ready to go. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you. Well, I think it's fair to say that Kyle can't be beaten. So, Kyle, you're going to win something, and Michael Allsbrook looks like he's the highest A grade and above on that list. So, congratulations to those two. We just got to work through who the C grade is. So, excellent job, guys. All right. So, just before we move to the lunch break, I'm going to hand it over to Mitch, as you can see here, holding the box, to unveil what's in the next one, and Megan's going to post the Padlet.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll get everyone just to pick up number 3 bag from their box. We all know that we love to rep our team. So this is probably my favourite bag. Cameron's repping it very well, I can see there. So I'll get you to open it up now. It should be pink for most of us. What you will have in there is you'll have some VBRA Knox attire. So you will have a T-shirt that you can put on and you can rep the brand. We all know we're really proud to be a part of VBRA Knox. So you can rep the brand. You also have, speaking of brands, you also have the new Coke No Sugar. So you're amped up for the second part of the camp, the best Coke ever. And you also have some more confectionery to get you through the day. So what I want to do is there is a Padlet that is going up very, very soon. If we could all put our VBRA Knox T-shirts on and take your very best picture, your selfie, your picture with your dog, cat, whoever it may be, and yeah, that'd be really, really great. Anyone who's saying they're a Pepsi guy, you can log off the WebEx right now. Nah, just kidding, just kidding. Enjoy your Coke anyway. Thanks, guys. I can't wait to see everyone in their VBRA Knox branded T-shirts.
Thanks, Mitch. All right, so we will be back at 12:45. I look forward to seeing you all then. Cheers. You can stay online, just turn your cameras off. Thanks.
Hey guys, I am here today to talk to you about why I've been part of VBRA Knox. I'm also here to touch on just a couple of things that I have gotten out of being part of a branch like ours.
So I started refereeing at VBRA Knox about 8 to 9 years ago. Throughout my time refereeing, I have refereed consistently on Saturdays and Sundays, and also midweek senior domestic. I started refereeing Friday nights relatively early, and just recently I have started my first year of junior panel and also Big V. I'm currently part of the Saturday supervisors group. I was a committee member as well at VBRA Knox a couple of years ago. So yeah, I've delved into a few different positions at the branch, and I've loved every single part of it and every single one of those positions.
Whilst refereeing at VBRA Knox, I've learnt skills to achieve the best results on the game, but also skills that I've been able to take into my everyday life, such as having good communication skills, dealing with conflict and conflict management, making quick decisions under pressure, taking and giving constructive feedback, and holding yourself accountable both on and off the court.
One of the best things about VBRA Knox is that it's such a supportive environment for all of your refereeing goals. Whether that be getting your A grade so you can referee games on Premier League, it could be moving through the ranks to junior panel and Big V. It might also be so you can head to a nationals one day, or to get all the way up to MBL 1 and further. There is so much guidance and so much encouragement within our branch for our referees to progress further and get better every single day and every single game that they step on, which is why I love our branch.
So last but certainly not least, my favourite part about our branch would be our annual referee camp that we hold. I attended my first referee camp in 2016 when I was in the A grade course. And the two things I took away from that was, firstly, I wish I'd gone to every other ref camp prior to that. And second of all, I knew I wouldn't miss another one after that. I had the best time. I made so many new friends. I got to know people so much better off the court, which made every other time I was with them on the court refereeing a hard game, dealing with issues, so much easier because I knew that person had my back and I knew we were always on the same page. So my final note is that if you are someone who wants to improve their game, if you want to learn more of the rules and how to apply the rules, if you have ambitions to go further with your reffing and make new friends within the branch, let this be your next step and get involved with our 2021 virtual ref camp. You will not regret it. It's going to be something special and certainly one to remember. So get involved and let's have a good one.
Hey, Joe Kempson here, Tuesday night rostering supervisor, committee member, and level 2 referee. Hope everyone's doing well, and certainly looking forward to with everyone at camp and hopefully back out on court soon. Just a quick couple of minutes here. I've got a short video in terms of I'll just go over some things about my life as a referee and what lessons I've learned and experiences I've had that's taught me some things over the years. Hopefully you guys can get something out of it. I'll just go over some things as a referee and what I've learned, things from the committee and supervisor roles, and then also just what I've learned that's been able to help me in my personal life and going on to career and things like that. What sort of principles we have that help us out from there. So let's go. Yeah, so firstly, I'll just talk a couple of minutes about being a referee on court and what sort of principles and takeaways I had from being on court. Now, coming in as like a 15-year-old B grade, C grade, it's something that was a very new situation for me. And my main mindset was I go in, I do my couple of games, and I focus on myself. Being able to self-evaluate is something that I've always been pretty proud of, and being able to not rely on other people to force my development. This is me refereeing, and I'm the one who's in charge of how far I can go. So focusing on all of those details I can in a game, and going out on court and proving to myself that if there's a game that's easy, I'm going to prove to myself that, hey, I can control this at any stage. And if there's a game that's hard, I'm going on there and saying, I am going to show myself that this is a game that I can do, that I'm good enough for this. So yeah, taking pride in your own development is something that I was really, really big on. Not being loud and obnoxious, and trying to build a name for yourself by being like very self-absorbed and things like that, and trying to get a lot of attention. Focusing and putting your head down, putting in the work, self-evaluating around games, and being honest with yourself are the main takeaways to be as a referee. And how me personally, I was able to build a bit more confidence going up through the ranks, and then build a name for yourself as a hard worker, and as someone who's actually caring about their own development, rather than just trying to be flashy and do all those other things that people might see from afar. All right, so next up, talking about supervisor roles and within the committee, and what sort of lessons I've taken from that over the years. So I think the first one I was going to mention in terms of just mainly supervising, is people who are looking to come on to being a supervisor. If you think maybe you're not ready, or you think something that's people aren't going to respect you or not going to listen to you, I would say don't underestimate the impact that you can have as a supervisor. Having the title itself is good, but having the mindset of being that I am a leader within the branch, it was really something that was beneficial. I came on as a probably just like a fresh A grade, and it made me really look at things from a different point of view, saying, I've been nominated and I've been accepted to be a supervisor. Now let me go out and show everyone else what I've learned, and lead by example, whether I'm supervising or whether I'm refereeing on court. And then when it comes to the committee, a few years on the committee, when I came on, I was interested to see what sort of impact I could have, and getting in charge of the website was something that I was really intrigued with, and being able to redesign the website and really take pride in that side of VBRA Knox, and I can really see an impact that I've been able to have, which is really fulfilling for that. And just in general, what I look at for things like supervising and committee, as much as it might be, it's really beneficial to the branch, and it helps everyone else out. At the least, what people will get out of it is you'll get development for yourself, and you'll be able to get fulfillment within being a leader, and being within a role of responsibility where you can take responsibility for some of the wins within the branch. And I look at people like Steve and Horst and Anthony and Ken in the past, over the last few years, that I've been able to have direct contact with, and seeing how much fulfillment they've gotten out of being involved at a higher level within the branch, really just shows how much it means to a lot of people, and how much, that's the sort of mindset that we can take into it, as well. All right, and yeah, last quick section here. Yeah, just in terms of things I've taken from refereeing and principle that I've been able to take with me along to a career, and along to just out in the real world. So I think that the main thing I'll stress here is the punctuality and uniform. Things that we're really big on at VBRA Knox, so making sure you're there 10 minutes before your session, and then also having your uniform all up to date, making sure your shirt's tucked in and proper uniform and all that. Those are things that are universal in business and in careers, and pretty much anywhere. If you're going to go to work, you got to be on time, and you got to be wearing the right stuff. You got to be presentable, and then being able to speak to people and communication. Things that we learned from day one at refereeing are things that are going to be helping you across any sort of job or any sort of social situations that you have. So yeah, that's just a bit of personal stuff in terms of what I've taken, and how it's made me be able to be a better person outside of refereeing as well. Awesome. Thanks for your time, everyone. Yeah, look forward to a next couple of videos coming up, and see you all at camp. Awesome. Like and subscribe.
So this session is leadership skills and what it means to step up. So when I saw that I'd been asked to film a little pre-hype video about this, I decided that I would do some more research and start watching some YouTube videos of all different great leaders around the world. And the major thing that I took away from doing this research, I was watching videos from people from like Elon Musk, Steve Harvey even, who's a great motivational speaker, and also on-court basketball leaders like LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. What I found was they all expressed the same key concept for where leadership begins. And they expressed that leadership begins with you, which is something that we can totally reminisce with when we're refereeing. We know that to be a good referee and a good leader, it starts with you and it starts with setting that example. It's the little things like showing up to every single session 10 minutes early, making the position on every single play. Just little things like that to show our leadership and our discipline. So now I'm going to show you a short snippet from a YouTube video that I found that really just summarizes self-discipline and also self-leadership.
Love your wife, yes. Prove it. Like, what's the metric? Give me the number that helps me know, right? Because when you met her, you didn't love her. Now you love her, right? Tell me the day the love happened. It's an impossible question. But it's not that it doesn't exist, it's that it's much easier to prove over time, right? Leadership is the same thing. It's about transitions. So if you were to go to the gym, it's like exercise, right? If you go to the gym and you work out and you come back and you look in the mirror, you will see nothing. And if you go to the gym the next day and you come back and you look in the mirror, you will see nothing, right? So clearly there's no results, can't be measured, it must not be effective. So we quit, right? Or if you fundamentally believe that this is the right course of action and you stick with it, like in a relationship, I bought her flowers and I wished her happy birthday, and she doesn't love me. Clearly I'll give up. That's not what happens. If you believe there's something there, you commit yourself to an act of service. You commit yourself to the regime, the exercise. You can screw it up. You can eat chocolate cake one day, you can skip a day or two. You know, it allows for that. But if you stick with it consistently, I'm not exactly sure what day, but I know you'll start getting into shape. I know it. And the same with the relationship. It's not about the events. It's not about intensity. It's about consistency, right? You go to the dentist twice a year, your teeth will fall out. You have to brush your teeth every day for 2 minutes. What does brushing your teeth twice a day for 2 minutes do? Nothing. Unless you do it every day, twice a day for 2 minutes, right? It's the consistency. Going to the gym for 9 hours does not get you into shape. Working out every day for 20 minutes gets you into shape. So the problem is we treat leadership with intensity. We have a 2-day offsite, we invite a bunch of speakers, we give everybody a certificate. You're a leader, right? Those things are like going to the dentist. They're very important. They're good for reminding us or getting us back on track, learning new lessons. But it's the daily practice of all the monotonous, little, boring things like brushing your teeth that matter the most.
The reason that I wanted to show this video was that I think it really summarizes self-discipline, self-leadership, and also leadership holistically. It really just expresses that consistency, discipline, and self-leadership are key elements and attributes to be a good leader yourself. And the way that this loops back into our refereeing is that we're being disciplined on our games and we're showing those attributes of a great leader, which is discipline and consistency, that they can trust us, and we're building trust with not only our fellow referees, but also with our players as well. So the reason I keep talking back to self-discipline and self-leadership is because being a leader doesn't have to be only verbal. And that is what was expressed in the video that you just watched before and other videos that I watched on YouTube as well, is that leadership really does begin with you. You want to be able to influence people and be a leader, potentially without even being verbal. And that's how you know someone is a great leader, is because they can influence you in more than one way. Back A few years ago, before I started reffing at Knox, I would be down at Knox playing, coaching, and watching my friends play. And I would watch the referees and be so influenced by how they were refereeing that it would influence me to want to be a better referee. They were people that didn't know I existed, didn't know I was watching them, and they were influencing me. Their leadership skills were coming through non-verbally, purely because I was a bystander watching them. And I think that is an amazing quality to have. And they did that by their consistency on court, their court presence, and also their court behaviour. There are so many great tools out there and so many skills and qualities that you can show as a leader, but I definitely think the first place you need to start is with yourself. So if you can only take one thing away from this session that I've just ran, is a famous quote that was said by a US lawyer. His name was John Adams, and he said, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, do more, or be more, then you are a leader." Which is so incredibly true and something that you should really take on board and think about when every single time you step out onto that court. To conclude this session, I just want to say thank you everyone for taking the time to watch this. I would also ask everyone, if you can, please comment down below other qualities you think are key elements to being a successful and a great leader. I can't wait to see everyone at the referee camp on the 30th.
Hi, my name's Madison Gordon. I have been officiating junior panel for 6 years, and in the next 5 minutes I'm going to tell you why it should be your next step. What is junior panel, you might ask? Junior panel is where a select group of referees officiate the highest level of junior basketball in Victoria. You might know of teams playing BC or Victorian Championship. That is the kind of league that we officiate. I'm going to take you back to a moment in my career. This is me in 2014. I was invited to a classic over the weekend before I was actually on junior panel. It was an amazing experience. I met people that I am still in close contact with from other associations. I learnt things that have sort of built me up in my reffing career now. I was ref coached on pretty much all my games. I got so much awesome feedback. And I just took as much as I could away from that weekend. That experience is just one reason why I did junior panel for 6 years. Let me show you a few more. It's Friday afternoon and I'm going to tell you another great reason why you should join junior panel. You get to travel to other associations, so that means that you get to officiate different teams, meet different people, get ref coached by other people that you've never met before, make friendships that will last forever. So guys, let's hit the road. Refereeing junior panel is a challenge, but it's a challenge that I think you can handle. You get a lot of different perspectives on the elite level or the pathway to becoming an elite referee and officiating these high quality games. You also get a lot of exposure with things like shot clock, fully timed games, and pre and post game discussions with your partner where you can talk about the game, things that happened, and things you both want to work on. How do you become a junior panel official, you might ask? There's a few requirements. One of them is that you need to have held your A grade for a minimum of 12 months. The next one is that you need to be endorsed by your local branch. You need to pass a fitness test to a certain point. You also need to pass a rules exam and attend the action day that they hold before every season. Now, if these don't apply to you just yet, that's no problem. They will eventually. It should be a goal for you. I started junior panel when I was in year 11. Now, although this is a commitment, it is one that you could do at any stage of your officiating career. It is held on Friday nights, and most of the time you can be rostered to venues close to your home, although sometimes you might get rostered a bit further. But sometimes that can be quite a rewarding experience. Just remember, with junior panel, what you put in is what you get out. Junior panel opens the doors for many other achievements and goals that you might have. You might have heard of some other officials attending things like national tournaments or classic tournaments. I was lucky enough to go to the classic in 2014 and 2015 where I medalled. I've also been to a classic in 2019 where I got the bronze medal game, and I attended the Ivor Burge National Championships in 2020 where I received a gold medal game. A national tournament is where teams will travel from interstate, pick their best players from the state and bring them to a specific stadium. You get to travel as well and live in sort of like a hub for a week where you get to spend lots of time with other officials. Like I said before, you get to make lots of friendships and experience reffing on a completely different level. In conclusion, guys, I really hope this video has opened your eyes to the next step, and I hope it's now a goal for you. If you have any questions or anything regarding junior panel, I highly suggest just jumping over to one of your supervisors or committee members, or maybe a close friend that you might have that referees junior panel, and ask them anything, and we'll be happy to help.
All right, guys, welcome back. Hope everybody had a great lunch. You've had a chance to recharge, refresh, go to the loo if you needed to, do anything else. It's great to see everybody wearing the shirts. David Pretty's must not have fit his. Seems he's still in a hoodie, but that's all good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to kick into the next session. We've got a rule knowledge challenge for you. So Megan, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Daniel. So for this session, we're actually going to be going into breakout rooms. So you've been assigned a breakout room in groups of 4, 5, or 6. Now, I'm hoping those people who have been given a special job, I sent you a text and an email last night. So this is where our charades legends come into play. So I'm going to put you in breakout rooms. We're going to spend 25 minutes in these breakout rooms. We've got 2 different games that we're going to play. You need to try and work as a team to try and get the quickest score and the highest score. So those supervisors have been assigned as well. So I'm going to send you off to breakout rooms and we'll join back together in 25 minutes. And the supervisors will explain the task to you. And at the end, I'll announce the team who is the overall winner of the charades challenge. Okay. Make sure everyone, I can see, sorry, Aaron's just joined back in. I just want to make sure he gets to go to a room and then we will get started. Alrighty. All right, here we go. Have fun, team. You'll just need to click on the breakout link so that you go to the room.
Hey, Meg.
Yep.
So we've got Helen, Joe, Grant, Michelle, who we didn't pop in, and Terry. We didn't pop them in a room. It's up to you guys. I just wanted to What's that?
Terry, I've assigned Terry to a room. So the people that are still waiting should, except for Joe, Michelle, Grant, Helen. Everyone else should have a room though.
I'm happy chilling.
Yes. So we wanted to leave it up to you guys if you wanted to go into a room or just take a bit of a break. It's up to you.
I'm actually working on a rules document.
All right, well that can be your rules challenge, then that's fine. No worries.
It's funny because I'm building something for another association, and when I saw the rules thing up, I was like, I feel like that I've got it right in front of me. It'd be a bit uncomfortable. This has been great, by the way. You guys are killing it.
I'm just going to jump to a room just because one of our supervisors I have seen hasn't joined yet, so I'm just going to jump there. Okay.
Yeah. What am I doing with Sammy, Sam, Ryan, Liam, and Heath?
So they've all been assigned rooms, so they should be able to join. They've just got to click the link.
Okay.
Sam, I'll assign. Sorry. Sam should be able to join now. Who else have we got left? Everyone else should
Ryan Sullivan.
He should have been assigned to a room already. So he just needs to click the link. Heath as well should be assigned, so they've just got to click their little link. And Sam as well.
Just having a quick look here at all the rooms, Megan.
Yep.
Yep, they're all full. So there's 17 rooms.
Do I need to make a new one, or? But everyone else should be assigned there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they mustn't have clicked.
All right, I'm gonna go to session 2 just because there's no supervisor in that group. Okay.
Okay. No worries. I'll wait here to make sure no one pops back in. All right. All good, Helen? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yep, I just had to set Terry up.
Oh, very good. Oh, he's gone, has he?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Oh, you enjoying it?
Yes, it's excellent. Absolutely awesome. So much work being done by so many people.
Yes, we've been doing a lot of work on this. Going good?
Yeah, it's really good.
Well, we tried to do the best we could, given that when we had to start planning this about 3 months ago to get all the stuff and everything ready. So when we started this 3 months ago, we were like, we don't think there's any chance people are going to be able to get together. So we just planned it on that basis. But yeah.
Hey DB, sorry, just quickly.
Yes.
Mine dropped out.
Yep.
Can you put me back in the breakout room? The breakout room.
Yeah.
Please?
Which do you know which room you're in?
I was in group 2.
Okay, hang on. Sammy George.
Didn't even let me join the group.
It's to session 2. Okay, you should be gone. Carl, what room are you supposed to be in, mate? Carl Robinson. Can you hear me, Carl? Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. must not be able to hear me. Hey, Megan. Meg, can you please send Kyle back to the correct room he's supposed to be in?
I can do that. Yes, Kyle.
Thanks. Thanks.
Kyle, you are room 12. I'll send you now.
Cool. I just had to send Sammy back to room 2 as well.
All right. I'm just going to quickly jump in that group, Daniel, that doesn't have the leader.
Yeah, that's fine. What room was Kyle in? I can send him in there.
Oh, no, room 12, please.
Room 12. Okay, Kyle. All good, Meg?
Hayley's in there now.
Okay, cool.
Daniel, my grandson just ate my Skittles.
Oh, did he?
Just looked at my friend's floor, it's open. All of the green ones are gone. I don't understand.
I'm glad they've gone to good use.
He's 4 years old. He must like green at the moment. I don't know. Oh dear.
Very good.
Did
Meg,
you say that Tara's based in?
Sorry.
Is she based in Bendigo? Does she?
Taylor is from she's from Bendigo.
Okay, so if we went to see some games out there, NBL1 games, she'd probably be refereeing.
NBL1, probably the location of the referees is less important. So she might do some, but it wouldn't be a given. Like, just because I live near SBC doesn't mean I would always do Knox. So, yeah. But yeah, I got your message. She's a very honest, natural, genuine type of person, and very, very open about her journey, I guess. It's not kind of like your normal journey where people start at the start and they're like, right, this is what I want to do. She's had varying, things along the way that have made her rethink whether she wants to keep going or whether she wants to take it to the next level. So I'm kind of happy that she's got where she is, if I'm honest.
Just we're up in Bendigo a bit watching the game, so I just thought try to see if I could see one where she was there.
Yeah. Who is Ashley? Oh, Herod. What room's Ash Herod supposed to be in? I'll send her.
Can you actually, group 12 only has 2 people, so can you please put her in group 12?
Group 12. Done. She's gone. I just want to double check, Meg. Have you heard from Stevic?
Not today.
Okay, cool. That's
I'll
fine.
just double check. I'll double check my emails though.
Yeah.
Would you like me to just send him a quick email just to check in, or?
Oh yeah, I just sent him a message just saying, just a reminder, we're all good. Just double checking we're all good for 1:55.
Sorry, you said you want me to do that?
Yeah, can you just send him a quick email and just say,
Yep.
1:55. I'm just getting the next series of videos ready, Megan.
No.
All right, Meg, I'm going to go hop into some rooms and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, right?
No worries. I'm going to do the same.
Okay.
How are you, Helen? Hello.
Yeah, I'm good, Joe. I was just unmuting myself.
I wonder if I can quickly share my screen with you. This is what I was supposed to present on at the TOCC when I was unable to come. This is the
Oh.
one PO. Can you see that?
Yep.
Like we were looking at, sorry, I'll go back a page. So that being the working area.
Yep.
And then, you know, focus on the matchup, but maintain awareness of the off ball. So there's a few slides that sort of help, you know, penetrating when you need to, extend when you need to.
Yep.
Move across, you know, almost split line to get these positions.
Yep.
And then looking at the throw in.
Just that one back there where you're going over to the split line, the danger of that is if there's a turnover, you get cleaned up.
Yeah. So the funny thing is when we've spoken to different people, do you know some people actually enter officiate in the centre circle for 1PO?
Yeah, I know.
What
I
the
know.
hell?
Yeah.
Like,
I always stay like, you know, I would never.
I mean, that would be a rare, you know, like to them to push. And I think, you know, the main factor is that we're, you know, saying we want to stay as much in this area as possible.
Yeah, and particularly as a female official or for female officials, if you're doing a men's game and you're standing there, they will clean you up on purpose.
So it was actually Troy that I was talking with, and Troy's like, I stand in the middle, they just move around me. I said, Troy, you're a, you know, pretty, you know, I wouldn't recommend any 15-year-old standing in the middle.
No, but
So-
Troy would be quite happy to sit on the bench and referee all his games.
Anyway, I didn't want to commandeer the thing for too long. I just thought I'd have a quick show, but you're more in line with this.
Yep.
Yeah. I understand, like Steve was sort of focusing on 2PO when he gave feedback because I wanted to see what Eltham primarily did. And I spoke to I spoke to Cav. He said he works in this blue area.
Yep.
But when I was speaking to Steve, he was like 2PO. I was like, it's not 2PO. We're not trying to make it 2PO.
No.
Yeah,
I actually, I spoke to Bushy that I don't really think Steve focuses on 3-man. So to come from 3-man to 1 is pretty much impossible for him. Where what I found, like particularly in the country, most of our refereeing was done as 1PO.
Mm-hmm.
So most country people have got a pretty good understanding of it, and you know you learn tricks, you know, like don't stand in the middle of the court and that.
Yeah, don't stand in the middle, or don't go lead to lead. That was
and I speak to John Turner a fair bit about it because he does his game when he refs. He does it by himself because he doesn't want to ref with anyone else at Broady. And I reckon every second week he gets knocked over. And I keep saying to him, "You're standing in the wrong place," but that's how he does it. And when he got me to do a session with his referees, and when I explained the mechanics, they were like, "Oh wow, that's so much better. You get a better view. You get a more consistent view than if you're trying to move too much." So yeah,
cool. I'm going to put myself on mute again.
Kylie, you're all good. Do you want me to put you in a room?
You keep doing it.
Megan, are you there? Oh no, she's not there.
I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say for VJBL, Megan just wanted some data for who's responded and who hasn't for panel.
Okay.
And I've just
I'll
been
send her a message.
just sent it through. I've just got it sent through. So
There she is. Hi, Megan. Oh, no, she's gone.
that's okay. Can worry about it later. There's been 15 no responses.
Okay.
But you've got, 18 that have. So it's not like it's not like you're struggling.
She's coming back.
That's all right.
Hey,
Hello.
Megan, just really quickly before Joe speaks, I've got a message come up saying if you want to allow breakout sessions to end automatically, select continue. So, yep.
Yeah, that's fine because it'll be timed to finish it.
If you want to keep sessions open longer, select cancel automatic end. So just continued. Okay, cool. Go for it, Joe. Sorry.
I was just saying, Megs, that for the responses for panel, you've got 18 that have said yes and 15 that haven't responded. So I'll send through the details.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all right.
Are you happy for me to follow up with those that haven't responded?
Yeah, I just have to double check that we've the link is still open or whether we've closed it off. So, but yes, we obviously we'd prefer if they can let us know and be involved. That's the preference.
Perfect. Thank you.
How much longer?
Dave's
Oh,
coming.
she's gone. She's gone again.
David.
Megan. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Joe. Meg, how much longer have we got? Because we've got 4 minutes till the next session starts.
Yeah, there's 50 seconds on the breakout rooms left.
50 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. No better sound than that, Meg. What a great beverage. All right, Meg, you're good to go. We've got 17 seconds and everyone's back.
All good.
Has everyone sent you the results?
Not everyone, but they'll just have to miss out if they didn't. You snooze, you lose.
Who didn't?
There's 5 people that didn't.
Okay, well, I'll allow you to give them that comprehensive feedback.
Is everyone back, Daniel? Am I good to go? What do you think?
Let me just have a quick look. We're pretty close. There's about 3 or 4 to come back, but I'm pretty sure we're good to go, Meg.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your participation in that session. I am very happy to announce the winners. So with a very, very impressive time of 4 minutes and 10 seconds and 25 out of 25 was team number 1 with Dave Pretty and Lachlan Zeitz. So well done to that team. In second place with another very impressive score of 25 out of 25 and 7 minutes and 10 seconds was team number 3 with George Youngblood, Matt Veen and co. Well done. And the other team that got a 25 out of 25 score with 8 minutes and 40 seconds was team 17. So Diane Gilbert and Jai Van Vechten's team. Well done. Hopefully that session really made you think about the language that you use when explaining different calls. and to help you with those charades sessions. Daniel, over to you.
Thanks, Meg. Okay, so just to give everyone a bit of an update, we're right on time. We've got a session starting now on areas of responsibility and mechanics and how that links into good calling. We are going to have a break at 1:45, so we've got about half an hour to go before we get to that point. I'm going to move into the next session, and Leah Cross, can I get you to come off mute, please?
Can get me to come off mute.
Lovely. All right, I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right. Hi, everyone. So obviously I'm going to be talking about mechanics and areas of responsibility. Daniel, if you can go to the first slide for me. So first things first, I want to go over some terminology just so if you guys need a bit of a refresher or you're not 100% certain of what's going to be going on, only because we are going to be watching some clips and some language might be used that you guys might not be super aware of. So first things first, what is mechanics? The idea of mechanics is to put you in the best position on court to be able to make the right decision in your areas of responsibility. Following that, we have areas of responsibility, which are the designated areas on the court, which a referee is responsible for. And then we have our primary areas, which is where we are solely responsible for. Can stop laughing at me. And then we've got shared areas, which is where we have 2 or more officials, depending on how many officials are on the game, where they've got both going to be observing and making decisions. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got close down, which is to do with mechanics. It's a move conducted by lead. It's done by moving laterally inwards from the side of the court in towards the edge of the key. This really helps us opening up that vision. So if the ball is being swung across the court or even the other way possibly, and you're not able to see that gap, that's where we want to open up, being able to see that gap in case any contact occurs between a defensive and a defensive player. And then we've got split line, which is the imaginary line running down the center of the court, baseline to baseline. Strong side is where the side of split line where we have the ball, and weak side is the opposite, where the ball isn't. And then refereeing the defense is something I really want to touch on, because this is when we get stuck ball watching, and then if we have a block charge situation and we're not sure whether our defensive player has been in legal guarding position, that's why we really want to, obviously we want to keep that offensive player in view while we're trying to make calls or just appreciate the play going on. This is to obviously one-on-one plays where we've got a ball handler and a close defender. Sorry. Why are you all laughing? What just happened? Oh, great. Cool. Yeah, if you could go to the next slide, please, Daniel. Okay. Breaking it down as simple as we can for mechanics. Go where you need to go to see where you need to see. Mechanics is a structure that we can give you guys so we're all conducting ourselves in a uniform manner. However, it can be subjective person to person. Obviously, we've got different levels of experience. We've got even different heights, different eyesight. What works for one person may not necessarily work for the next person. So don't go somewhere that you think looks good physically. Where if someone's looking at you, don't go where you think looks good. Go where you need to go to see what you need to see. Oh, next slide. Cool. Moving with a purpose. We only want to move if we need to move. So I know when I was getting evaluated, I would walk squares because I thought that's what was needed, and I was like, okay, well, I need to look like I'm moving. But the reality is, there's no point moving across the baseline or moving while you're in trail if you don't actually need to. You just want to, and that's going to another thing, which we'll carry on the next slide, is hustling to your position. This comes under professionalism. I want to touch on this really quickly, purely because we want to be conducting ourselves in a manner that obviously positively reflects us of a highly regarded association. So making sure we aren't just walking around, we want to make sure we are hustling to that position, making trail, not standing somewhere that you don't need to stand, kind of thing. Also on professionalism, I know it doesn't directly correlate with this topic, but knowing your rules and knowing your terminology, professionalism also kind of involve, your signaling to the bench, because that in itself is a kind of mechanics. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Okay, cool. So primary areas of responsibility in general. We've got our diagram here where we've got our court broken up into 6 sections. Trail is primarily responsible for areas 1, 2, and 3, whereas lead is primarily for cool. Shared areas. So in two-person mechanics, area 5 is considered our shared area. It's also a little bit challenging. So when we have 2 officials, sort of looking at the same area, firstly, we want to make sure we're not just all watching. We want to make sure we are watching what we need to watch. So when Trail is having a look at area 5, they're going to be more responsible for those high contact fouls. So hand fouls that end in 2 shots. They're also they may be more aware of the travels that are going on. They're obviously solely responsible for goaltending violations and shot clock violations if you are on a shot clock game. Because lead is going to have a bit more of those body contact fouls. Particularly for shared areas. Oh yeah, cool, that's fine. 3-4 cut off. Sweet. So this is considered the challenge area. The main thing we want to do when we are officiating the 3-4 cutoff is making sure we are reading our partner's body language, because again, we want to make sure no one is ball watching. That is one of the most important things, because we want to make sure nothing is happening off ball that we aren't aware of. So for lead in this situation, they're going to be able to referee those one-on-one isolated or handler close defender situations, and Trail will be able to help out more when there are more players going on, more players involved in it. Cool. Next slide, please, Daniel. Double whistle. Cool. So again, communicating with your partner via body language is really important. Creating eye contact. So if we know we're not going to be making the same call, we need to make sure nobody is using secondary signals, whether that's a block, charge, we're about to signal a travel, those kinds of things. If we are in that kind of situation where we have a double whistle, quickly come together with your partner, have a really efficient conversation about who's seen what and who has gathered the most accurate, most information to be able to make the most accurate call. Start, middle, end. This kind of carries on. Concept refers to gathering as much information as we can from the play. So I'm sure a lot of people have heard about start, middle, end, and this is important because we are going to touch on it in our breakout rooms. Make sure if we do have one of those double whistle situations, who has seen the start, middle, and end of the entire play, because if someone missed one important piece of information, might end up making it incorrect. And next slide, please. So this example Dave found, which is actually really, really good. So we can see here we've got Trail, their eyesight is on the ball, whereas Lead has their eye completely level with all the players. So we obviously don't want Lead looking up towards the ring, because that means nobody's watching off ball. They have all their players in their field of vision. And Trail here is also, see the lines Trail can see clearly that gap between the two players that are involved in this play. So that would aid them to be able to make the most accurate decision. Sweet. That is the that is the end of that, and we will go on to some video clips.
All right, Leah, do you want me to run the video clip for you?
Yes, please. Is there...
I beg your pardon?
Yes, can you please?
Just want to point out, have your, like that clip said, be ready to take some notes about all 6 of these clips. Afterwards, we're going to go into some breakout rooms. You'll discuss it with those same breakout rooms you're in before. Get a difference of opinion from all the people in your group, and the same supervisor or leader that you had before. They'll be able to offer some guidance around what the correct mechanics are and who should be looking where for each clip.
All right, Ben, am I ready to roll? Okay,
Go
here we
for
go.
it.
All right, back to Leah, Ben, and Dave before we head into the breakout rooms. Anything from you guys?
Yeah, I'll just jump in really quick. These are all about mechanics, not about, just want to clarify everyone, not about whether they missed the call or what the call was. That's not important for these, what we're going to discuss for the next 10 minutes. I'm good with it.
All right, fantastic. Megan, if you can do your magic and send everyone to the breakout rooms, that would be greatly appreciated. We'll see you back soon.
Can do.
It's what I've got is a message on my computer saying there's not enough bandwidth.
Sorry, Terry, I think I can see that you're having some internet troubles. Is that right?
Who's that, Megan?
Terry is having some internet issues. It's just saying he can't join the room because of the connection.
Yes. Yes, I just heard him say he's got some bandwidth issues, and the little icon there's telling me that there's a problem.
If it's not too much trouble, can I jump in one of the rooms and just listen to what they're saying?
Yeah, go for it.
I can do that
wanna
now, Jo.
click? Yeah.
Thanks, Meg.
Hey Meg, sorry, it doesn't let me join the breakout rooms. I need to leave and exit every time I need to join a breakout room.
Let's try. I'll see if I can reassign you. What number were you in before? Do you remember?
2.
2. I'll put you back in 2.
Thanks.
You happy to be here, Helen? Do you want me to send you to one of the breakout rooms, or are you happy to? I can't hear you, sorry. You're on mute.
Yeah, I will. I cannot go into a room, please.
Yep, we'll sort that out now. Go for it, Meg.
Done.
Have the rest of the people just not clicked into the room? So Jirac,
So anyone that's still in the
Pete,
lobby here hasn't.
Brendan, and Ashton.
Yeah.
Come on, you three.
Stevic's
Get
all
it
good
together.
to go, Daniel.
Wonderful. Yeah, Terry's having some problems with his internet, so he's going to share with Alan. Megan, can you please go into the room that Leah Cross was supposed to be in? Her internet has just dropped out, and so there's no leader in that room.
Yep, I can.
Thanks.
Daniel, did she tell you which room?
No, whatever room she was in. Have you got the list?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find it. Oh, yeah, found it.
Okay, thanks, bye. Meg, has it still got 6-7 minutes to go?
No, it has.
What's happening?
It's about. Everyone's about to come back together now.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
And then
cool.
Dave.
It just come up.
Yep, Dave will go over the answers now.
Yeah, cool. Perfect. All right, welcome back, team. I think everybody should be back in the main room by now. David and Ben, just to let you know, Leah's internet's dropped out, so you guys are going to have to improvise and take it from here. You have a total of 7 minutes before we move to the break, so I'm going to hand it over to you guys to take us through the answers.
Have you got okay, you got the slide, that's all right. Okay, so for the first clip, we had the 2 lots of heavy contact, one from either team. If we first focus on the trail referee, you would have noticed they're really pinned to the sideline. They don't adjust to the ball going far to area 3. I think what we would like to see is them move closer to the middle of the floor when the ball swings over. That first elbow should be theirs to officiate. It's still in their primary area, so they missed that one. And then if we flick over to the next slide, the lead referee shouldn't be looking at that first contact. If they get it, that's good. It's lucky given the severity of the contact. We'd obviously like to see a call there, but it shouldn't be leads. So it's good that they get that second contact. The play moves lower into area 4, which is their primary. So the fact they see that second contact is really good. Even though they weren't shown on the clip, they're correctly looking towards the middle of the floor for those off-ball matchups. So Lee did a really good job here. All right, next. Do you want me to keep going, Dave?
Yes, keep going, Ben.
All right, cool. So this second one was featuring our own Cam Crease. The trail referee here is responsible for making this call. They see the entire play develop from the corner all the way through to the middle of the key. They have the entire play, so this should be their call. We notice they're pretty stagnant. They're sort of fixed to one position on the floor. They don't really adjust as the ball handler moves. This should be their play. So if we move over to trail, this is pretty heavy contact. So again, we would like to see a call here. He does the right thing by leaving it first to trail. When they don't make a decision, we do still need a call. This is a shared area, so Cam's able to jump in and make a call. Next, cool. So this third one, let me try and remember myself. Okay, so this is the one where we see trail and lead are really fixed on the ball. If we first focus on trail, he's looking at the ball the entire time. He's not focusing on the off-ball play early on when the ball's deep in area 4. He should be opening up his vision and focusing on the other matchups. So next one. Like we spoke about earlier, that 3-4 cut-off communication with our eyes, looking at what everyone's looking at, is really important. So this is really tough to officiate at times, especially when you're refereeing with someone new. It's really important to develop that communication with your eyes, see what each partner's looking at. Once the ball comes high to area 3, that should be the cue for lead to turn off the ball and turn on onto the off-ball matchups. If they did, they would have got that off-ball contact. Next. All right, so I actually love this clip because we talk about it so often, in terms of what we're going to do for an end game out of bounds play. And so often it doesn't really come up this critically. So this is one I spoke actually a lot about with Dave and Leah about what the correct way to do this is. If we first focus on the way that they set up for this play, the trail referee is two pinned to the opposite sideline. They should be making a bounce pass or closer to the middle of the floor. This will give them a chance to rotate over to their correct position and be able to see the contact at the rim. Next call. So what we see from lead is they're too wide. They're not able to help out their trail referee. They should be moving in as the ball moves towards the basket. Because trail misses this, it's still a shared area. They should be looking to help out and have a call here. Another option that we've spoken about is running reverse mechanics. So if we see trail is committed to staying where they are, lead should move to the other side of the basket. So you switch over your two sides and you run it as reverse. This would allow trail to stay where they are in their position and would give lead a pretty good view of this call. Okay, so this is the moving screen with the girl at the top of the key. This is trail's call. They need to be doing a little bit better of a job of having a view of both the ball handler and the screener. So they just don't do a good job of getting both things in their view. Lee does an excellent job of getting this call. Don't know how they've seen it from where they are, but the fact that they have seen it is pretty great. So next one. Okay, so this is the final clip, the charge through the key. Again, it's a shared area. We see a lot of these in these clips that can be tough to officiate. We see trail has a good angle on this play. It moves across the key and they have a pretty good look at the gap between the offense and the defense. It does make it difficult when this pass gets kicked out to the corner. It means she has to switch onto the ball in the corner. But what could happen here is we see that shooter's wide open. So there's no matchup to officiate there. What they could do is stay on the ball where the contact occurs with the charge. They could stay on that play a little bit longer and be able to officiate that play. We go to lead. So the lead is pretty wide in this call. If you look at it a couple times, they have a pretty rough view of this. That might be because they haven't adjusted correctly, but there's 2 or 3 defenders in the way. So they do have it pretty tough here. This is a shared area. So at the end of the day, with this heavier contact, someone does need to make a call. All right. So what we try to do with these clips is find a vary of 3-4 cutoff, focus on whose areas of responsibility is, what each referee should be focusing on with their movements, where they should be looking with their eyes, especially with those 3-4 ones, the teamwork that we need to show in those areas. I think it's really important. So some of these plays can be difficult to referee, especially when you referee people who are relatively new. You don't know how they referee. We are lucky at Knox, we referee a lot together. So it does make things a little bit easier. But at times you referee someone new, these sorts of plays can be difficult to referee.
Lovely. Thanks, Ben. Awesome presentation. Thank you, Dave, as well, for pulling together the video and for Leah running us through at the start. Mitch, I'm going to hand over to you quickly.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm just quickly going to share the Padlet with everyone in their VBRA Knox shirts. We've got Lockie Gade forgetting how to dress himself. We've got everyone with their crunches and their Coke No Sugars. We've got some pets. We've got David Lawson with the old merch and the new merch. I love that. We've got a group of us here. We've got Joe feeling part of the family. We've got Michelle with her crunch and her VBRA Knox shirt. We've got the new merch and the old merch. We've got a video of Leah Cross, which is a good one. So everyone's looking fantastic and the shirts look schmick. Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks, Mitch. All right, I'm going to hand over to Cindy. Cindy.
I know you
what's in
guys
the
all
box?
want to get on for your last break, but I want you guys to grab number 4, open them up. We're going to be back reffing on court soon, so these will come in handy. Or if you're going back to the gym, I know some people hit the gym early this morning. So we've got a drink bottle for you there and some goodies to get you through the break. Please take photos of yourself to post on the Padlet. I think the link will be up in the chat very soon. Oh, it's in there. Thank you, Megan. So please do that. Thanks. Hope you guys enjoy the drink bottle. Go have a break and we'll be back at 1:55 sharp. So please make sure you are back then.
Hey guys, it's Sammy. I just wanted to say I hope you guys are all having a really good time on the virtual camp. We've put a lot of effort into this and we hope that you're getting a lot out of it to help develop your refereeing. And I know it's been a really hard year for everyone, or a really hard 2 years, but we really look forward to seeing you all back on court really soon.
Hey everyone, lovely to see all your wonderful faces here on our referee virtual camp. I hope you are enjoying yourselves and you're getting some learnings out of today, and we hope that you can apply them when you're on court next. So enjoy the rest of today and we hope to see you very soon.
Hi everyone, I hope you're having a really fun time at the camp and I can't wait to see you all really soon.
How good was that session there, guys? Absolutely fantastic work. All right, now's a good chance to get outside, stretch, get some fresh air, rejuvenate those brain juices, and get ready for the rest of the camp. How good is it? Let's keep up the positive work here, team. Awesome work.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having a great day and enjoying today's virtual referee camp. I want to say a really big thank you to everyone who put in the work behind the scenes to get this up and running. It is honestly an amazing educational experience and I really hope each and every one of you can take something away from today. Honestly guys, today enjoy it as much as you can, ask as many questions as you can, and utilize the people we have here, because there are so many different levels of experience and so many different ways that things can be explained to help make sense to better you guys as officials on and off the court. Stay safe everyone, hope you are all well. I'm so looking forward to seeing all of your faces back on court.
Hey guys, hope you're all enjoying camp. Unfortunately, we can't be together like we usually are in a normal year. But I'm sure you're all having fun catching up with each other and everything. Hope you're learning something too. Keen to get back on the court soon. Cheers.
I hope everyone's having a good time, engaging and enjoying the referee camp.
Hi, it's Lana Clemmer here. Hope we have an awesome time together, learn more about reffing and have fun on the way.
Hey everyone, Ashton Bradford here. One thing I really missed about basketball not being around, and with refereeing not being around as well, is the overall energy and the atmosphere around the courts and in the ref rooms. Something that I have really missed over COVID, but hopefully I can get back to it soon. Looking forward to seeing you all at the ref camp as well. That should be really good. Online experience will be something different, but yeah, can't wait to have it. But yeah, should be good. See you all there.
Hi guys. This bloody ref camp is so annoying. I can't even get to any of my stuff. So just please hurry it up.
Hey everyone, it's Daniel here. What an absolute shocker of a year it's been. I know we should just keep hanging in tight, keeping strong. I can't wait to see you all back in court. But for now, see you at camp. Wishing you all the best. See ya.
Hi, my name is George Youngblood, and my favourite thing about reffing at Knox is getting to meet all the wonderful new people and all the friendships I have made along the way. I am definitely missing being able to get on court with my friends, but I hope you are all safe and I can't wait to see you all at the camp coming up. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Judy. I'm a C grade ref and I hope you're all going well. My favourite thing about the VBRA Knox branch is the fun work environment that's created by everyone involved, the supervisors, other referees and just anyone that's there in the environment of work. I hope to see you all at camp. Bye.
Hey everyone, I'm Lucky Gade. One thing I miss about reffing is receiving my weekly constructive feedback from the players.
Hi, my name is Lachlan Zeitz. It's been an interesting couple of years, so I hope everyone's doing well. It's great to see all the people that have joined our virtual ref camp. I trust everyone will learn something valuable from this experience that they can implement when we get back on court.
Hey guys, guess what? Ref Camp's back this year. That's only the second biggest thing to happen in our world of basketball this year, behind the state basketball redevelopment. Enjoy, try and learn lots. I'm sure the presenters have put lots of hard work and effort into all their presentations, and ask as many questions as you possibly can. Have fun.
Hi guys, welcome to Ref Camp. I hope that no matter where your Ref Camp is this year, whether it's your study or your bed, that you have a great day and you get something out of it and enjoy what the committee and supervisors have put together for you.
Hey guys, so we're really excited to be back on board again with Ref Camp. It's going to be amazing to see all of your faces. I would say that that's what I'm missing the most, seeing you all every weekend. We really hope to see you at the camp.
Hi, I'm Steve Piatek from VBRA Knox. One thing I'm looking forward to about returning back to basketball is the exercise part of it, as well as not being in the house all weekend. I hope you're all looking after yourself, and we'll see you at the VBRA Knox branch camp.
Hi, I'm Ree. Hi, I'm Chelsea. We really miss seeing your faces around the stadium and on court, and we really look forward to and hope to see you all at camp.
Hi all, Brendan Beach here. Looking forward to getting back to basketball. Hopefully I can see everyone there, some familiar faces, and I'm excited to see everyone at the ref camp this weekend. Bye.
Hey guys, I hope you're all doing well. It's Dante, and I'd like to give a huge shout out for your brother for starting up reffing, and for Dave Pretty for pushing me every time I'm with him. I hope you all get some out of camp this year. Good luck.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Kennedy here. I'm really missing my Friday night crew. You guys know who you are, but I look forward to seeing you at the camp.
All right, Megan, I'm going to hand it back to you. Can you just give a quick update on the what's your call session number 2 winners before we get to the Matt Stevick interview?
I sure can. So I would like to congratulate the winners from the last What's Your Call session. Sorry. Lost that. I see they are. So the A grade and above, congratulations to Kenji McFarlane. Well done. B grade, Kyle Balej, and C grade, Ava Lawler. So well done to those guys. A gift card is coming your way.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk the guy, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you can find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're
Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Thank you very much for that intro, Daniel. Matt, thank you so much for joining us today. I know there are lots of excited people knowing that you're here, giving a bit of an insight of your journey. Obviously, we're all basketball referees at VBRA Knox branch, but I know in terms of the officiating world, lots of things are intertwined. So I'm really looking forward to have a chat with you, and thanks again for joining today.
Thanks, Megan, and yeah, thanks to everyone for jumping on board. It's a weekend, so I understand people are busy. We've just had our second child 7 days ago, so we're pretty busy in our household. So it's nice to get a bit of respite upstairs. But no, thanks for the opportunity, and hopefully, you can get a couple of things from today's chat. I mean, I loved basketball as a kid, and I still remember refereeing as I think about an 11 or 12-year-old, and I earned $1 a game. So $21 for the season was pretty cool back in, I don't know, 1989 or something like that. But time flies. But look, my journey in AFL started as about a 12-year-old kid who loved footy and loved all sport, and really took it up to earn a bit of pocket money. I enjoyed keeping fit too. So, I played basketball, I played cricket and tennis, and even played footy. So I played footy on a Sunday and refereed or umpired footy on a Saturday. I was too small to run a side of the boundary on my own, so I shared that with a friend, and I think we earned $23 per game, which we were pretty excited about at the time. But yeah, look, it's pretty similar to a lot of sports. You start at a very junior level. For me, I got to about age 14 and I moved into field umpiring, and I had a great coach, and he said, look, if you stick at this, maybe one day you might umpire AFL football. And that certainly got me pretty excited, not knowing anything about the path or the journey to get there. But that certainly planted a seed in my mind to, work hard and to, as long as I kept enjoying it, continue to work hard and try and climb the ladder. So I suspect it's probably, not dissimilar in your sport or for the referees. We start at local level, and then if you're good enough, you get selected to a state level squad. And then, to condense, I guess, my career, I had, from the time I started to the time I made the AFL list, was about 11 years. So, that was a fair apprenticeship. But again, I think a lot of my experiences at a local level were so invaluable to what I would confront at AFL level, albeit it's a different standard of football, but the skills that you learn and that you can employ as a referee are the same. So, yeah, and now 18 years with the AFL, I feel old. But yeah, look, it's been an incredible journey, and I've been really fortunate to have some incredible experiences.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think, as you said, everyone starts somewhere, and in our shoes as well, we can definitely relate to starting at a local level. And there's so many possibilities if you really put your mind to things, as you've proven in AFL, and the pathway to get to the elite level, if you really put your mind to it, anything's really possible. Awesome. I've got the next question for you. What are some aspects of or skills that you've developed in your umpiring career that you use in your everyday life?
Yeah, again, whilst our sport's different to yours, the skills you learn, your ability to make quick decisions, to think on your feet, to be able to problem solve, and that's just not in your everyday work, but that can relate to your home life with your partner or boyfriend, girlfriend, kids. Your ability to listen to people and show empathy. Again, those skills are really valuable in any workplace, and certainly I've worked really hard over time to be composed and to stay really relaxed. And I mean, I'm sure you guys all get taught, your ability to stay calm. The players can be crazy and emotional and stuff, but as referees, our job is to be the calm ones out there and manage and often diffuse situations. So, those skills, we get an opportunity every week, like you guys do at every game. So, a lot of leadership skills too. I've been given some opportunities and also pushed hard to become one of the leaders in our group. So, your ability to manage and I guess mentor other younger umpires has been a key skill that I've developed over time.
Yeah, perfect. I think there's some really, really good examples, and I'm sure a lot of us can also relate, as you said. What are some techniques that you use to stay calm and composed? Talking about that, I guess when players are heated and things like that, how do you personally stay composed and calm in those situations, as well as spectators at the footy as well? Have you even noticed them, or if there's techniques that you use to zone them out?
It was actually weird with no crowds. It in a bizarre sort of way, and you guys and girls might be able to relate to this. It was actually it was very peaceful umpiring without crowds, but it actually was another challenge in terms of, our environment. We're used to having people yell and scream, and that's kind of part of that's known to us. Whereas with no noise, it was a real challenge. But in terms of staying calm, there's a couple of, they're really simple, and that is, and I still remember when I was really young umpiring and I didn't have the experience or the skills, I would, if a player challenged me on something, I would bite back straight away or say something back, feel that I needed to respond straight away. Whereas I've learned if you're able to just listen and, take 2 or 3 or 4 seconds to let them have their say, and also almost let the wind go out of the air go out of the balloon by simply saying nothing straight away, can be a really effective tool of, just allowing the player to blow off steam or having that pause, because what you don't want is just backwards and forwards an argument that escalates. You want to try and diffuse and calm the player down. So that would be one really simple but tool that I've used really effectively, and listen. Also, whilst it's not always possible to make eye contact, if there's a stop in play, basketball, footy, whatever, show the respect to the player that, and by looking at them can be a really, again, easy tool to get them hopefully to respond in the right manner. As far as the crowd noise, when you're focused on your job, it really is, even though there might be 70, 100,000 there and it's noise, so there's people in the stadium, but that's kind of fairly easy to not focus too much on.
Yeah, perfect. We give similar advice to our referees in terms of a duck on water. You may be paddling 100 miles underneath, but we need to look like we're cool and composed at all times. So I think there's some really good examples and tips that the guys on the chat can take on board as well. What is your most memorable game and why? I'm sure you've done a fair few grand finals, but is there one that sticks out for you?
Yeah, the Collingwood supporters on here won't be happy, but Essendon Collingwood Anzac Day 2009 was a long time ago now. It was my 100th game, and our milestones we celebrate a little bit, but I was umpiring with my 2 best mates. There was 100,000 people there. Collingwood were up by 3 goals with 3 minutes left, and Essendon kicked 3 goals and won the game. And it was just, it taught me a lot about not just umpiring in sport, but just around. There's always opportunities in games as a referee, as a player, to make a difference. So you might have had a poor game refereeing, or in my case, umpiring, or a couple of poor decisions, but you need to see the game out. And I always encourage my younger guys to say, irrespective of what's gone on before, there's still an opportunity in the game for you to do really well. And that was a great example. Not so much for us referees or umpires, but more the players. That you don't give up, and you never know what might happen. And so your job is to umpire to the end. But that'd probably be the most memorable one. And there's been a couple of grand finals that have been pretty exciting too, pretty stressful as well.
Yeah, absolutely, fantastic. What's a funny story or memory that you've had over your umpiring career?
Well, I don't really call it funny, but I reported Matthew Lloyd, and he got 6 weeks and retired off the back of that. It was Hawthorn Essendon game, and about a year later, I got asked to do a sportsman's night, and there were 2 sports people there, myself, and you guessed it, Matthew Lloyd, and he actually didn't know that I was the referee who reported him at the time when he got 6 weeks, but that was a little bit awkward. And I think the audience found it quite funny that we were sitting next to each other, and I certainly knew that I'd reported Lloyd, but he didn't know that I was the one that had reported him. But it was a little bit bizarre. And I guess the other quirky thing with it is I grew up following Essendon as a kid, and so as you referees would know, once you move up the grades, you don't follow anyone. It's pretty easy just to go out there and referee 2 teams, and you try your best and you make calls. But that was quite a funny thing. And the other one was, I guess, and much publicised, the Toby Green incident. I've done over 400 games, but I hardly get recognised, which is a nice thing. That changed, and I've had to get quite creative when I'm down the street or at the supermarket, and some people come up and go, "Are you that guy that Toby Green bumped into?" And I've used all sorts of responses, from "No, it's my younger brother," to I get that all the time, but it's "No, I don't know who you're talking about." And I have a bit of a laugh and a chuckle, and when I don't feel threatened, I go, "Yeah, no, that was actually me." But everyone's been fairly kind, which is nice.
That's funny. A bit of a celeb at the supermarket. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
How has the use of technology helped you in your progression and development?
Yeah, probably the 2 main ones are, all the vision that we get to see of what we do. So our decisions, our positioning, and we can have a look at different angles to see whether we are in the right spot or whether we've made the right call based on where we are. So access to vision has assisted us in our learning and development. So, we don't do it ad nauseum, so we don't look at 500 clips, every 2 weeks. But that's certainly been a great assistance for us to reinforce our key decision-making areas, but also like our audio. So we're mic'd up. And so every game we can get a recording of that, or our coach will cut little clips to say, how do you think you responded here? Would you do anything different next time? And in terms of our self-reflection, we would ask ourselves the same sorts of things and go, "Oh, look, I think I did that pretty well, but maybe next time if I did this, maybe that might be a bit better outcome." And so, because it's sometimes really hard until I sit down with my coach, he might say, "Are you aware of this particular incident that happened during the game, or your body language at that moment?" And, there's so many things that go on in a game of basketball, footy, whatever. So sometimes you're not aware. And so being able to access vision or to hear some audio and go, "Wow, I didn't realise I was actually barking at the player," or, maybe there was an opportunity there to, just move on. It was clear you weren't going to win an argument or get the player on side. So yeah, look, technology has been a huge assister for us.
Yeah, awesome. I think it sort of it ties into that next question that I had for you in terms of your own self-assessment. Is there an expectation that you go away and look at games, or what's the expectation in terms of self-assessment after the game?
Yeah, there is, and they're flexible. So, and as they should be. You know, I'd say to any referee, I'd say, why are you doing this? Why are you self-reflecting on that game of basketball as a referee? And I hope you've got an answer for that, first of all. And so if the answer is, well, I want to learn a few things out of the game, that's great. So, and I've got to say, over time, I've changed the way I would reflect or assess a game. I used to watch the game from start to finish. And in the end, I found that was a little bit counterproductive because, you know, there might have been 10 or 15 or 18 things. Some were good, some weren't so good. And it was just all too much. And so I became fairly clear on, okay, what am I doing this for? It's to actually take a few key learnings out of it. If I know I've made a major blunder in a game, I don't need to go back and watch it and then to feel crap about it. You know, should we look at some of our mistakes or errors? Of course we should, but I would encourage all of you to, if you're going to reflect on your game, and I've worked really hard too with our sports psych over this on the last few years, is, you know, a huge amount or the majority should be reinforcing all the really good stuff you do. And then there might be, you know, a couple of things for you to take away. Not necessarily change, but you might go, okay, well, next time I would do this. But yeah, so now, to give an example, I won't watch all the game. I will go, I remember, or I'll speak to my coach and go, can you cut me a couple of clips from that third quarter? I want to just see whether those 2 or 3 holding the balls, you know, were in sync with what we're expected to pay, or how I managed that situation over the boundary line. You know, what are your thoughts on that? And so I would question our coach, but also have a bit of a two-way conversation around, you know, some instances in the game where I actually feel like I've learnt and taken something away.
Yeah, perfect. I think there's some great examples, and I know we're always usually our toughest critics, so it's also important to look for the good stuff as well. So I think you highlighted that well. How do you stay on top of your game physically and mentally? I think I'm also going to tie this in, if you don't mind. I've had a question come through the chat about whether you guys have a psychologist as at the AFL. I think you just touched on it, but how do you prepare mentally and physically?
Yeah, well, it's changed. I mean, you know, in COVID, so last year we had our first child, and at 13 weeks we moved up to Queensland, and initially it was going to be for 3 weeks, and that turned into 4 months. So, you know, if there's any parents on board here, you could appreciate, you know, I knew nothing about being a parent, and so that was a huge change for us. And basically, from the start of last year to now, I've worked with our sports psychologist, Richie Bennett, once a week, and it hasn't just been about how can Matt Stevic mentally prepare better, or what are strategies during games to help me perform better or forget things if I've made a mistake, or, you know, how do I move on from things post game or whatever. It's largely been around, you know, how I can better put my energies and emotions into the right things. And so, you know, we often hear words around, you know, mental toughness, but Richie's worked really hard and closely with me around sort of mental efficiency. And so we know in sport, and a lot of people talk about, you know, the game or the sport that's played above the head, and the same thing applies to us. And so probably as a younger referee, I would get really worked up and frustrated and angry over a lot of different things. And obviously now becoming a father of 2 has helped. You haven't got time to sit around and stew. But I've worked really hard at trying to pour in the right amount of energies and efforts, like mental energy, into the right things. And if there's things that you can't control, be it game selection or, you know, where you end up or whatever it might be, training your mind to become good at letting things go, and also training your mind to put in the energy where is most important. So for me or for you guys in the job or our jobs, it's about, we know what performing our role is like on game day. We know the rules, we know we have to implement them, and we know we've got to manage the game and manage players. So based on that, it's about trying to, pour in the right amount of, mental energies into that. So Richie's worked hard with me on that. And also, as I said, in a more broader sense, help me navigate and, as emotions for me come to the surface in terms of, family life and stresses and challenge, because we all have them. And even though I've been around for a long time, I still have periods where I'm sometimes down on confidence or, questioning my ability. And, with COVID, there were a lot of other stresses last year and even this year. So I found Kim sort of allowing me to develop as a person almost sort of off the field, not so much Richie giving me 10 or 15 or 20 strategies how to deal with all different things on the field. It has been really, really useful.
Yeah, awesome. And I think there's a good message there as well, where you said just control what you can control. And I think that's definitely relevant for us. And putting your effort in and the mental side of things into things that are really important. I've got a final question, and if we have time, I've had a fair few questions come through the chat, but we'll see if we have time for those. What motivates you to keep improving every year?
Yeah, look, it's less about, getting to the top in terms of a final or grand finals, whilst they're great. And I'm still really, hungry to be as good as I can possibly be. And if that means, I finish 5th or 1st or 10th, well, so be it. But probably no different to you guys and girls. Like, refereeing's an incredibly hard job, right, at any level. And so, I had a pretty good year last year. I did the grand final. So you're in the best 3 in the country. But were there gaps in my performance last year that I could do better? Absolutely there were. So that constantly motivates and drives me to try and, be that little bit better for longer next year. The other thing that motivates me now is helping the younger umpires coming through. I get a great deal of it. It keeps me motivated. The younger guys keeps me motivated, but I get great joy in helping them and seeing them grow and develop and perform to a really high level. I really get a sense of joy out of that. So they're probably 2 motivating factors. And just attached to that, a cornerstone, I think, of why I've been able to be reasonably good for so long is my attitude to be curious about learning. So at some point, you're not going to continue to get better and better and better and better in your job. It's then about sort of maintaining a pretty high level, but being open-minded. So being open-minded to your peers in conversation, being open-minded to the conversations you have with your coach about learning, not being threatened by information or conversations that are being had. And look, a lot of my great learnings have come from my peers, from what they've seen, and they've said, do you realise, you do this, or would you consider doing something different? And so embrace that. That will make you get better. It's a really key part of improving and continuing to learn.
Yeah, awesome. That's great. Thank you, Matt. Daniel, do we have time for some questions, or are we sort of...
Oh, I've just spoken to the people presenting next and told them they've been reduced by 5 minutes. So you've got 5 minutes, Megan.
Okay, we've had some really good questions come through the chat. So we've got one from Brendan Beach. So compared to footy and basketball is fairly moderate in terms of talking back and player reactions. What tips do you have for games where things are more heated? So you sort of covered this, and Kate Day asked, you don't have the ability to sort of kick players off the field or anything like that, whereas when we're referees, we have the ability to send them off or disqualify them from the game. So how do you manage that when things get beyond, a reasonable level of asking questions and things like that?
Yeah, look, there's a whole range of strategies, and I don't profess to know all the strategies, but one is ignore them. We've got some serial guys that just love to chat for 2 hours on the field, and I know them well, and they generally will stop if you ignore them. And so that's not being disrespectful, but you might have a couple of chats with them, but at some point you need to ignore. The other thing you might say is, look, Steve, you've made your point really clear. We are aware of it. You need to focus on playing the game and let us officiate the game. Whatever strategy you use, you're not trying to get one up on the player or to trying to win the argument. You're just trying to pacify them or just have them calm down a bit and have them focus back on their job. So, I mean, I've at times used a bit of humour. I've, sometimes maybe snapped a bit hard. I also have got to know players that respond really well to a really stern talking to, whereas others, may need a different approach. So I guess it's depending on who the player is, your response might vary.
Yeah, perfect. And I think that's definitely really relevant for us as well, picking your moments and knowing your personalities on the floor or on the field. I'm going to combine a couple of these questions because I think they're quite linked. So Liam Staff and Ben Henderson asked about how you maintain consistency with all the rule changes from week to week and from season to season. So how do you go about performing consistently in terms of the rules?
Yeah, I practice. Simple, it sounds simple, but regularly, we've got some whole range of video clips up on a database where, every possible single decision that I can make as a referee is up there. So, if I watched that once a year, it probably wouldn't imprint in my brain of what my very clear expectations are when it comes to decision making. So I don't watch them all every single week, but I will constantly refresh our interpretations around, and because our priority is around making the right decisions. So I'm putting a fair chunk of time and effort into refreshing that information. So once a week, I would look at some vision, and it might be 20 minutes, it might be 15, it might be some video clips where I say to the coach, hey, from that game Friday night, there was a lot of holding the balls. Can you cut some clips for me? And so that constant reinforcement of interpretations or decisions has been a key for me, because there's so many decisions that we can make, as there is for you guys. But I've found that really useful to, I guess it's like practicing your 10 times table or whatever. It's if you practice it a lot, or not a lot, but regularly, it stays fresh in mind.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I've got two more questions for you, Matt. So one from Mitchell Nevin: is umpiring your full-time job, or do you have another role that you have?
No, it's part-time. I mean, I was a school teacher for about 10 years, and I now do a bit of work on the stock market investing. But no, it's not a full-time. And I think having some balance outside of the umpiring space is really healthy, not only to develop your skills, but also give yourself a bit of freshness away from the sport, because it's pretty demanding and challenging. And yeah, like we spend 15 to 20 hours a week, I guess, on preparing and reviewing and going to games and all that sort of stuff. So we do put a lot of time and effort, but it's not our single job.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And last question from David Lawson: has there been an official outside of the AFL or someone you've looked up to as a role model in terms of their style or anything like that, and advice that you've received from them that's helped you?
It's a good question. I mean, no one specifically, but I've had a great mentor in David Levins, he actually works with the ICC cricket umpires. He's in Dubai for the World Cup at the moment, and we hooked up by chance, and he's since been a bit of an informal mentor for me for 18 or 19 years. And having people in your corner who you trust and respect, and so they don't always pat you on the back, but you can have some strong conversations or seek out some advice, has been really useful. But I love to read about other athletes across all sports. I get so much out of hearing people's stories, be it tennis, cricket, footy, male, female. I think if you went across every single super athlete across every sport, there's a lot of really common traits that they will talk about. And so yeah, I think there's a lot to learn, and I'd encourage everyone to do a bit of reading and over and above just being interesting to hear about other athletes, I think you can learn a thing or two along the way.
Yeah, perfect. And I think that's a good point you make in terms of they are athletes and we are aspiring to match their level. So taking bits and pieces from everyone is really, really important to develop as referees and umpires. That is the end of our questions, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know personally I got a lot out of that interview, and I speak on behalf of everyone, and I'm sure they've taken lots of things away from that. So yeah, we really appreciate you taking the time in a busy time with your family. So yeah, thanks again, and all the best for next season.
Look, thanks for the opportunity, and well done for all of you, what you're doing. As I say to any referee group that I speak to, it's damn hard, and so I applaud you all for being involved and allowing the games to run. And yeah, good luck for a hopefully COVID-free 2022.
Fingers crossed.
Take care.
Thanks so much.
All the best. See you guys.
Thanks.
Right, fantastic. Well, I thought that was going to be good, and I was not let down. So I hope you guys were all able to take something from that. You know, Matt is clearly one of the best umpires to ever umpire AFL football at 9 AFL Grand Finals, and I think there's a lot to be learned from that. So thank you, Megan. You did an exceptional job. Well done. All right, we're going to move into the next presentation. Just to let you guys know, we're in the last hour now, so we've got 60 minutes to go. I'm now going to hand over to Sammy, Trent and Curtis for their modified presentations, being cut down by 10 minutes because Megan ran over. All right, Sammy, over to you.
All right. Trent, Curtis and I are talking about dealing with conflict, and we're going to talk about effective communication, building rapport, and body language, and how they all impact and play a role in dealing with conflict. Next slide, please, DB. And Trent is going to talk about this one.
Yeah, I'm talking about body language. I'll try to keep it short because we've got not much time. So just talking about the positives and negatives of body language. So body language is the conscious and unconscious movements and postures by which attitudes and feels are communicated. And types of body language include like open body language, which is being open to the other person. So it's facing towards them, making eye contact, having like even a positive attitude, just like the way you carry yourself on court, and having open communication as well. And this can be used when you're talking to coaches, players, or spectators, and this follows on court. So even when you're calling fouls, so the way you present your foul calling, if it's strong, or signaling to the bench if you sound confident, because if you sound shy, coaches or even players might not believe what you're calling, and you might not even believe it yourself. And just even your body positioning on court, so being engaged, listening to the players, being confident, and putting in the effort. And then we have also negative body postures. So it's a conscious or unconscious expression of sadness, anger, nervousness, impatience, boredom, or lack of confidence. And the type of negative body language include like avoidance of eye contact, staring, or having crossed arms on court, which can be closed off body language. This can also be when talking to coaches, players, and spectators, and having a poor on-court presence can affect this as well. And calling fouls and signaling to the bench. The body positioning on court, so if you're disengaged, you're not listening, being negative and putting in minimal effort, the players and coaches will probably treat you like this as well, and how this can affect impact when dealing with conflict. It assists communication with coaches, because if you have a negative body language, for example, coaches might feel intimidated or appear that you don't care. And this could make refereeing very difficult as they feel you are against them. But compare that to positive body language, coaches and players feel like you are actively engaged with the game, and communication will be easier with everyone on court and will overall assist your refereeing. So I'll pass it on to Curtis now. Curtis has said that his communication is a bit, like his connection's a bit poor, so we'll see how he goes here.
Alrighty, thanks, Trent. So just flowing on from body language, having the confidence and whatnot, it's no different for communication. So there's no point you communicating if you're not confident about it. So make sure when you're discussing something that you're confident what you're saying. You know, there's also what many people have touched on today is also knowing your audience. So there's no point talking in a specific way to someone who's not going to understand it. So if you understand your audience, use the rapport, which we'll touch on later, and use that to your advantage when you're trying to get a message across. Because at the end of the day, both players, coaches, captains, and referees, they're all there to work together as a team. So if we're communicating, we can help easily resolve issues. So probably the best way to, when we bring all this together when it comes to a conflict situation, is to use your assertive presence on the court already, and communicate what the issue is. So let's say, for example, it's a coach disagrees with your call. Go up to him, use the report that you've got, and explain what you saw of that call, and just leave it at that. Don't take it any further. We'll go obviously a little bit further into how to deal with more specific situations a little further down in the presentation. But it's always good to be confident in what you're saying, because it makes the message go across a whole lot easier. Over to you, Sammy. If anyone can
You'll
hear
need
me.
to come off mute. You'll need to come
Yes,
off
I
mute.
was.
Sammy.
I'm going to be talking about building rapport. So rapport is building relationships with others in a way that allows everyone to understand each other and their perspectives, to be able to communicate with each other in a respectful manner. Ways to build rapport with coaches, players, captains, is make yourself a person to the players and the coaches. So introduce yourselves using your name and get to know the teams that you ref regularly and the players within the team. Don't just always call them by their number on the back of their shirt. Get to know the players and the players in the teams that you ref regularly, so that you can have a conversation with them and talk to them and use their first name. And even during captain's speeches, talk to the players not just about basketball. When they come in to do the captain's speech, ask them how their day is or how their week's gone. It just breaks that ice a little bit, to break down that barrier between us being in a black and white shirt and them being in a basketball top. And even when it comes to going up to finals, ask them if they're a chance in finals. Just break up that you're a player, I'm a ref relationship that we have. And then in terms of being able to use rapport in conflict situations, where you have to deal with behaviour, use the rapport that you have built up with players to your advantage. So being able to call them by their first name and them calling you by their first name and saying, hey, whatever their name is, this isn't going okay. Can you please have a chat to your players, or what you're doing isn't okay, is a lot easier than going, hey, number 30, pull your head in, instead of, hey, Matt, can you please just tone it down a little bit. And it also helps when they want to ask you a question about a call that you make. They feel more than inclined in coming up and saying, hey, Sammy, can you explain that call? As instead of, ref, what was that call? Which also helps de-escalate situations, and it's not as, again, a ref versus a player. And it makes the players feel like you're on their side a bit too, because you're understanding them and their perspective and them as a person, not just as a player. Next slide, please, DB. Curtis and Trent, feel free to jump in if you want. But in terms of the process for dealing with poor behaviour with players, coaches and captains, first step is follow that 3-step process, is have a quiet word to the player, coach, captain, and ensure that they know that their behaviour isn't acceptable within the game. If that continues, give an official warning to the team, not just the individual player, because if it's multiple players on one team, you're going to be giving out multiple warnings to multiple different players, and it's not really achieving anything. So ensure that the team is aware of the warning and your partner on court is aware of the warning. And then step 3, again, if the behaviour continues, deal with it accordingly. So technical foul, disqualifying foul, that kind of thing. If the behaviour is a personal attack or the behaviour warrants a technical or disqualifying foul straight away, then do so. And just after the game, make sure you let the supervisor know what happened and what team they were from and the number of the player, if you remember.
Game,
All right.
I had the under of 47.
Go to the next video, please, or the next slide, please, DB, with the video. Curtis, you want to talk about this one?
Alrighty, so what we're going to be doing here is we'll be showing this video. I'll probably show it a couple times to make sure everyone get the gist of what's going on. And then we'll be splitting up into our breakout rooms. We'll have a little discussion and we'll come back and have a little chat about it while we can, obviously with the time that we've got. So if we can play the video, please, Daniel.
No problems. Am I playing both videos or just the first one and then
Just the first one
breakout?
for now, mate.
Okay. Just bear with me for 1 sec.
All good.
Game, I had the under of 47. And look at Chris Beard.
Well, this anger goes back to that 4th foul on McClung.
Chris, look at how animated he is, and he draws a technical foul, and he's been thrown out of the game. Now he's going to get his pound of flesh here. Chris Beard is fired up. And he's still going after this officiating crew.
Perfect. And we're just going to jump out into breakout rooms for about 2 minutes and just discuss what you thought the referees did well in that situation and what could have potentially been done prior to that to stop a situation like that occurring.
Wonderful. Thank you, Megan. If you could send everyone to the breakout rooms, that'd be great.
Yep, you should have a link now.
Sue Wilkinson's had to go and do something on the farm. She sent me a message. How long to go, Meg?
2 minutes 20, but I can end it earlier if needed.
Yeah, end it, because we've got one more clip to play.
All right, I'll end it now.
Give them 60 seconds. Cool.
Oh, no,
Or
they've
10
got 10
seconds.
seconds.
That's fine. That's fine.
Sorry.
All right, Sammy, you cool for me to share the next clip?
Yes, thanks, Stevie.
All right, here we go. All right, Megan, can we send them back to the breakout rooms, please?
Done.
I've got one slide to go, okay? I'll get it up on the screen ready to go so they can jump straight into it. You see it?
Yep. Would you like me to end the session, Daniel?
Yes, please. All right, thanks, guys. I'll hand it back to Sammy, I think, to wrap it up.
Perfect. So the last point we want to touch on is just how to deal with spectators and parents, because I know on Saturdays there are a lot of younger officials, so we just want to make a really clear process of how to deal with spectators and parents. So the first step would be talk to the coach or captain of the team and make them aware that their spectators are there to support the people playing and that their behaviour isn't acceptable, and ask the coach or captain to go have a chat to them rather than you yourself engaging with the spectators. And step 2, if the behaviour continues, go to the coach and tell them that their spectator has to leave or stop the game if you feel comfortable, and tell the spectator directly that they have to leave. If you don't feel comfortable or confident, you can always come and find one of the supervisors to remove the spectator from the venue. But just that really clear process in what to do and how to deal with spectators of games. And then after the game, again, just let your supervisor know what happened and what team they were from. And that's it. I think that's our last slide.
Wonderful.
Right
Thank you
on the
very
dot.
much. Yeah, thank you, Sammy and Curtis, and also Trent. You guys have nailed the brief and cut it down by 10 minutes, so well done. What we're going to do next is, this is the last presentation. This one is on teamwork, and then we're going to move into a what's your call session before we wrap it up at 3:30. So the next session's being run by Liam, Kyle, and Diane. This one's on teamwork. So Liam, I'll hand it over to you.
Fantastic. All right, guys. So this one's going to be a bit more interactive because at VBRA Knox, we are one giant team and we all love working together, don't we? So we're going to call on some people individually to answer some of the questions. So get excited and get your hands ready to put on your microphones to answer some questions. So basically, we're working on teamwork and working together on the floor. This topic touches on communication and a couple of the other things we've already had presented today. So we're trying not to go over some of the stuff, but a lot of the other presentations that you've had today have been talked about and will be covered in this. It's very important, especially working together as a team. So first question, Daniel, next slide, if we could. So how many teams are there on the floor? So could let's think. Ash Herod, could you tell me some of the teams that are on the floor?
Well, so you got the 2 like playing teams, and then you've got 2 or 3 refs, like the team, and maybe if there's a bench ref.
Yeah,
that team.
correct. Just the things to remember. So Daniel, if you hit the mouse a couple of times, they'll pop up. There we go. Thing to remember is everyone's on the court, and without any of these teams, the game doesn't exist. So it's really important to remember that. Also, between the home team, the away team, and the referee, there's going to be teamwork associated with that. So in particular, on a domestic game, you're going to have the referees talking with both coaches from the home and away team, and you're also in a senior men or women's game, you're going to have the referees talking with the home team and away team captain. So just remember that, you know, everyone's got their own job in that particular setting, and they're all going to work together to try and get their outcome. So it's just something to be mindful of. So we'll go on to the next slide, and Diane will take over.
All right, so I'm going to call on Georgia Aitchison. Can you give us a couple of points, some things that you might talk about with the other ref before a game?
Yeah, I think one of the key things to talk about pre-game chat is any knowledge that you have of the teams that you're about to referee, whether that's the style of game they play with a bit more intense, a bit more relaxed, any matchups you need to watch out for, key triggering things for you to look out for, and also just having that knowledge as well if you do have rapport with the teams in the best way as well to communicate with them, because we know that we can communicate and people can get through people different ways, and whether you have that rapport and knowledge already, it's really good to discuss that pre-game.
Yeah, perfect. Daniel, do you want to put up the dot points? I think there's 2 more. Yeah, so it's really important with some of the things
with your partner that you are on the same page as before you start the game. Especially another one to add to this would be like your 3-4 cutoff, like we spoke about earlier in the day. And just sort of knowing where you guys are going to stand on the court together and how you're going to communicate with each other is super important, using body language and that verbal communication as well, just so that the game flows and there's consistency between the whole game and between each other. Kyle's up next for next slide. And then, yeah, there's the good cup or the, as Liam described it, good cop or Brad Sheehy, bad cop.
Right, next
Yeah.
page. So during the game, so half time, quarter time, timeouts. Ashton Bradford, can you tell me a couple of things that you reckon we should be talking about then?
Yeah, so like at halftime and timeouts and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so at timeouts, if there's any issues that you can see arising in the game, like if there's some matchups between players that seem to becoming like a bit feisty, you can talk to your official, your partner about that, and just make sure you're both keeping an eye on it so the situation doesn't get worse than it has to. And at halftime, you can engage with your partner about the same thing and just general issues that they might have about the game. And you can talk about like the style of play and see if it's a close game, what to watch and all that sort of stuff, and just clarify what you would talk about in a pre-game as well. And you can also engage with your scorers that you've got on the game just to make sure that there's no issues with them and on their behalf.
Yeah, absolutely. Great response. BB, you want to bring up those 3 dot points for us? So as you covered, potential issues. So what issues could arise in the game? Players, so your better players in the team, who's going to get the ball a lot, as well as which players could cause issues or are causing issues. So talking about that, and then as well as your template. So do you want to change the template? Is the template going well? It's pretty much very similar to your pre-game. You're just discussing that same stuff and adjusting where need be. Next page. Thank you, DB.
All right, half time. So, Lachlan Fit, what would you talk about with your partner half time during a game about how the game's going? Okay. I will ask Kyle Balayage then. Same question. What would you talk about half time of a game?
Probably discuss what we've been calling, whether we're happy with it or not, as well as similar things to what you would say in a timeout, potential matchups, things getting heated, discuss the tempo of the game, how it might be flowing, as well as, I don't know, I had something I was going to say there, but it just slipped my mind. But yeah, so just matchups and just how the game is being refereed at the moment, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. Daniel, if you'd like to put up the dot points, it should be 3. Yeah, so definitely how the game's run, player coach management, potential matchups. I don't know if this is something that people talk about, but this is something that I like to talk about is have the officials been a focus of the game? So when I talk about that, I like to think of, well, people have come to watch the game because, their kids are playing. They haven't come to watch us make a billion foul calls and, make it all about me. So in that sense, like you want to make sure that when you're officiating a game, you want to try and be part of the court itself. You're there to make the right calls and try and get the right team to the result that is worthy of the game. You don't want to try and draw attention to yourself and everything else. You want to fade into the background. Obviously, in some games, it's easier to do that than others because of various matchups and how teams will behave. But ideally for me in particular, and I'm sure there's a lot of other referees that will try and make sure that they can reach a point in the game where they're just fading into the background and everyone's there to watch that last 2 minutes of the game where everything becomes super serious. All right, next slide, please, Daniel.
All right, so this is for post-game. So I'm going to ask Lockie Gade, could you give us just 2 or 3 points about what you might talk about after a game with the other ref?
Sure thing, Diane. One of the important things is to speak about if you were happy with the consistency of the calling and making sure that things were being called on both ends, keeping it fair for the teams. Also, just pointing out, well, if this is like a domestic level or teams that you're going to ref again, just remembering, how the game played out, if coaches, what their behaviour was like, or what players had the ball a lot, or just to make sure for next time to be more prepared for knowing your matchups better. And just making sure that the teamwork was consistent throughout the game, making sure that you're communicating well, and that you're on the same page with things and how you can improve for next time if there's any areas for improvement.
Yeah, perfect. Can you put up the 4 dot points, Daniel? Yep, so the consistency, definitely one of those big points that Lockie said. So you want to make sure, flowing on from what Liam spoke about for the half time, you want to make sure, were the calls consistent? Did you have an impact on the game or not? And was it the right kind of impact? Did the game flow? I guess we shouldn't be deciding who wins the game. We should just be keeping the game fair and consistent throughout. Thinking about anything that stood out, anything that you wanted to clarify with a call that you made, anything that might have been a bit iffy, some of those 50-50 calls that you haven't had a chance to chat about yet, and also how you work together as a team. Were there things that you were happy with? Were there things that you were a bit like, oh, maybe we should have done this better? Just sort of having that quick chat after a game for domestic, and obviously longer discussions and analysis when you get to those higher level games as well. Yeah, next one.
So we touched base on this I think it was the first presentation, but we'll do a bit of a recap. So Cooper Allen, would you be able to tell me some of the forms of communication that can be used out the floor?
Well, obviously you have to be professional with your communication, especially a lot of games can be different. But I know whenever I talk to players, I'm very professional all the time when talking to them. Especially if they're very angry or something, you want to make sure you're still calm and collective with them about the way you talk to them and communicate and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think professionalism is a big thing that we're faced with. Being professional with players and each other is really important. DB, you just bring up those 5 points for us. The other thing you mentioned was body language. So your body language plays a huge part in your communication on the floor. So whether that's with your partner in how you are communicating who's watching the ball, who's got off ball, and then how other people, so players and spectators, how they see you on the floor plays a huge part. Other forms of communications, you got obviously your talking communication, verbal communication, eye contact, signals, whistles, and as I've touched on, body language. But the 2 biggest without talking, non-verbal communication, definitely body language and your eye contact with your partner.
Right, excellent. Alex Heising, can you tell me some of the different aspects of teamwork that referees have to be concerned about before, during, and after a game?
Most importantly is being consistent with your partner or partners if you're doing 3PO, making sure that all the calls are the same on both ends of the floor. Another one is, again, communicating with each other to make sure that you're on the same page, following the template you set out from the start. And having each other's back, I think, is the biggest one. If someone is having a hard time, try and take over from the player, and give them a bit of respite from a player who might be out of control.
Yeah, definitely. Everything perfect. Daniel, could you put up those 4 dot points? And I think one of the big things as well that we need to remember is that when we're reffing a game, we might have 2 referees, we might have 4 referees, we might have 3 referees. It all depends on whether you've got trainees, whether you're doing 3PO. So make sure you're trying to use all of the different resources you have at your disposal to deal with a particular situation. I know sometimes there are some games that I ref where I've got a great rapport with the coach. and my partners don't, and I'll end up talking to them most of the time. Other times, the coach absolutely hates me. Don't know why, but my partner's the one that does all the talking. And another big thing as well, especially at Knox, because we're so big, we've got the trainee referees, and we need to make sure that they're part of the team. And oftentimes, you can use the trainee referees to your advantage to make sure that you can build a relationship with the coach, because we're trying to teach them. And if a coach is constantly yelling at you all the time, how can you teach the referee to be better as well? So that's something that you can also use as well. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. We've got a little Kahoot that we've got next. So we'll jump on that and go from there.
Over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Daniel. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Awesome. Daniel, you let me know when you're good to go, or Liam, someone, and I'll click.
Let's go. Let's go, Megan.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, we're doing
Let's do this.
We're doing it.
So, true or false, communication on court is essential to the flow of teamwork.
Quick answers for this one.
I'm glad everyone got that right. Very important. So how can you utilize your coaches? Perfect. Appropriate open communication, best way to go. What should you talk about during timeouts? We did cover this. Good to see. All right. Who is presenting the best non-verbal communication? It's a bit rough to Daniel, but we get it. All right, true or false? Making consistent calls at both ends of the floor is important. One of the most important aspects of our jobs, making sure we remain consistent. So good to see everyone got that right. Ooh, multi-select. What does good teamwork look like? I mean, yeah, but both work. I'm not sure what Ian's doing, but yeah, it works.
I don't think I was meant to do that, but sure, it works.
How often should you look at / communicate with your partner? Very important to always talk about it after, whether you talk about it or not, looking at someone is really important after every call so you know you're on the same page. All right, how can you utilize your court captains? Final question. Definitely. All right, who won? Dylan, third place. Got Finn in second, and who got Bree? Well, Bree, you won.
And that's it.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for the presentation. Great job. Really interactive. Loved it. I'm going to hand over to Mitch Nevin quickly, who's going to give us an update on the Padlet.
Thank you, Daniel. Bag number 4 that we opened had our drink bottle and a bit more chocolate, just in case you didn't have enough chocolate yet. We've got some nice photos coming in. Everyone's loving their VBRA Knox merch. We've got a workout session going on over here, reasonably creative. Interesting face by Daniel Durack. And we've got Huddy enjoying the drink bottle. I cannot wait, Daniel, to see everybody repping that drink bottle when we're back on court. It's going to be amazing. I love it and really looking forward to it.
All right, fantastic. Megan, over to you for the final What's Your Call session, number 3.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, our last Kahoot. So I'm going to share my screen. Again, prizes up for grabs. So those people that put silly names in, you will not win. So here we go. Sorry.
You'll have to share your screen, obviously, Megan.
Yep, I just had to click a button. I'm good. I'm good. Can you see it now?
All ready to go.
Awesome.
There's a prize for this one, yeah, Megan?
Sure is 3 $30 vouchers up for grabs. I'll give it 10 more seconds and then I'm going to get started. Right, let's do it. Okay, what's your call? Session 3. What's your call? Clip 21. Pushing foul, no call, C1 unsportsmanlike, or a hands foul. It's one you got to look a bit carefully at. So this one is actually a C1 unsportsmanlike foul. The player doesn't make a legitimate attempt, just uses his left hand to shove the player in the back as he goes up for a layup. So C1 unsportsmanlike foul. Alrighty. Clip 22, what's your call? Block, no call, fake or charge? Righty, well done. Most people, that's a very impressive answer. There's the charge. The defender established a legal guarding position and the contact was in the torso. Righty, Lockie taking the lead. Alrighty, next one. What's your call? Travel or no call? Alrighty, that one was actually travel. If you watch it carefully, the offensive player hops on one foot when they do a spin, so they replant their pivot foot. Sorry, hopefully it is a bit easier to see now. I'm not sure why the videos are small. All right, clip 24, what's your call? Hands foul, C1 unsportsmanlike foul, no call or a pushing foul. Again, most people got that correct. So the defender does not make a legitimate attempt to play the ball. So that one fits a C1 criteria. Alrighty. Again, those people that have put fake names, you're not going to win a prize. So that's unfortunate. Block, charge, no call or a fake. Sorry, my screen is just frozen, but that one is a charge. The defender establishes a legal guarding position and the opponent moves into their torso. Alrighty, Dante taking the lead. 2 questions to go. What's your call? Clip 26. No call, pushing foul, illegal screen or a fake. So watching the screener. Well done, most people got that correct. The screener was not stationary at the point of contact, so that one is an illegal screen. Alrighty. righty, last question. We've got, oh, Charlie's making a comeback. Dave Black, Tamika, Dante, well done. All right, last question. No call, pushing foul, fake, or a block? All right, that one is a blocking foul, so the offensive player isn't able to land safely because the defense takes the landing space. So that one is a blocking foul. Let's have a look at the podium. Third place, well done, Dante. Second place, Lockie, well done. And first place, so we're going to have to come back to you. We'll come back with the winners because I can see there's a C grade and an A grade, so we'll come back to you with the B grade winner. Thank you, team.
Wonderful. Thanks, Megan. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Mitch Kennedy next, who looks very, very excited to speak to you all. Mitch, I'll hand it over to you. Brooke, if you can allow Mitch to come off mute, please, that would be great. I know he takes all his directions from you, so I can see you yelling at him. Thank you.
There you go. Sorry, is that better? That little photo there. That little photo there is a photo of me every day during COVID. That's all of Brooks Online shopping during that period. Guys, get your Padgets out. You're really going to want to take a photo of this one. The last bag, bag 5. Pull it out. Start to open it up. There's 2 very, very important bits of things there. No doubt, every time we come back from a long break, whether it be the summer break, whether it be the break for COVID, everybody loses one of these. Where is it? Can't find it. How am I going to ref without it? You're going to need it. And it's looking absolutely flashy. The other one, well, if you forget that, you could end up like Dan Andrews with a couple of fines. So don't do that either. But enjoy. We're going to look the part out there when we get back out there on court.
Thank you, Mitch. Really appreciate it. And Megan has just posted the final Padlet, so that if you could jump on that, that'd be fantastic. All right, moving on. Brad Shee, I'll hand it over to you to do a return to play update and a little bit of a wrap up.
Perfect. Thanks, Daniel. And of course, when you need your child to be silent, he's not going to be. Sorry, guys. He's lucky his mum's not far away. Hi, everyone. Hope you're well. Just like to say thanks to Liam, Dion, and Kyle for the little stitch up about being a bad cop. I hope everyone's had a really good day. Just in terms of our return to play, so you guys need to keep up to date with the information that's coming out. Hopefully, we'll be able to find out really shortly that we will be returning to basketball really shortly. It's looking like Saturday, the 13th of November will be the return date. So we encourage you all to make sure you get into Referee Manager, update your rostering preferences, making sure that's all up to date. We will send out information about adding your playing and coaching commitments once more information does come to hand. At this stage, as Grant said this morning, we're not sure about the status of what's required for vaccinations. But if you're happy to provide your vaccination status to any of the executive team, that would be greatly appreciated. Just in terms of a few thank yous, a huge thank you to the supervisor team for all the presentations that have gone into today's work. Daniel for his house becoming an Australia Post distribution centre, but much more efficient. To Brooke and her lovely baking skills. I'm not sure the cookies are going to help with my COVID kilos, but thanks, they were delicious anyway. Hope you guys really enjoyed those. Finally, thank you to everyone for being there, being here today. Obviously, a unique opportunity for everyone to participate and get re-engaged as we hopefully get steps closer to returning to basketball really shortly. Finally, just a good luck to all the A-grade participants that are about to sit their exam coming up at 3:30. And last but not least, our trivia night, which Daniel's going to be posting the link to the trivia for the 7:30 start tonight. I look forward to seeing you all there, and hopefully everyone enjoys the rest of their day.
Great, thank you so much, Brad. I'm now going to hand over to Joe Chu. As I mentioned before, Joe is the technical officials manager at Basketball Victoria. So, Joe, just wanted to say a few couple of words.
Yeah. Look, thank you so much to the VBRA Knox branch for inviting me. I really do feel honoured to be included in this day. It's obvious to me that you guys are a family who genuinely support each other. Today really highlighted what's special about your branch, and it's really, to me, how inclusive you are. I saw today that you ensure everyone's giving an opportunity to shine, and in particular that you've got a variety of presenters, which improves their leadership skills. One thing that I personally believe is overlooked in officiating is the ability to have fun and enjoy yourselves, and obviously your branch advocates for that, except for the no fake name rule. I really felt that really contradicted the no fun part. But really, on a more serious note, Basketball Victoria is so lucky to have a program like yours, and I personally want to thank each and every one of you for giving up your time to contribute to the success of basketball, and wish you the best in your reactivation whenever that may be.
Great, thank you, Joe. And it was an absolute privilege and a pleasure to have you attend today, represent Basketball Victoria. So thank you so much. I'm going to hand over now to Mitch Nevin quickly, who's going to give you an update on the trivia event that we're going to run at 7:30.
Thank you, Daniel. Guys, I'm super psyched about tonight. If Joe thinks we weren't fun, we're going to be super fun tonight, Joe, so don't you worry, but there's still no fake names, all right? Otherwise, you boot it off. Guys, a couple of things. It is going to be on Kahoot, so you'll need to have your devices charged. So once we finish up here, before 7:30, make sure you've got your iPad or your laptop or your phone fully juiced so that you don't halfway through conk out. Secondly, make sure you've obviously got your thinking caps on. You're going to need to do it individually. I don't mind if you guys work together or whatever, but you're going to need to do it individually, each person. And thirdly, we are going to be playing for prize money. So there will be 8 rounds. The winner or the first placed over the 8 rounds will be getting a $75 voucher, second placed a $50 voucher, and third placed a $30 voucher. So lots in it. You thought trivia was gone, but trivia's making a better comeback than ever. So I'm psyched. Be there before 7:30, and we're going to have a fantastic time. Thanks everyone for presenting, and I just thought this was great. So see you at 7:30. Please be there at least 5 minutes before. Thanks.
Thanks, Mitch. And just to cover off again really quickly, the link for tonight's trivia night will be published in the group in about, I don't know, an hour's time. All right, the final part of the camp that we've got for you today. Clearly there was a lot of work that went in behind the scenes, but not everything always goes to plan. Not everything always goes right. So I'm going to share with you the blooper reel, and I would ask that if anyone is offended by some language that you may hear on a Thursday night if you're doing some games, then maybe turn your volume down. But there's a couple of swear words in here. I wanted to give you the warning first up. But after that, we'll be signing off. On behalf of the branch, the executive, all the supervisors, thank you everybody who turned up today. It's been a really great session.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm saying here.
So get exposure to things like shot clock, fully timed games, and pre and post game with your partner and the ref coach.
or for being a referee. Speaking of pathways, my pathway.
Hey everyone, it's Sammy. I hope you guys are having a great time on the virtual camp and you're getting a lot out of it. We've worked really hard.
Hi, I'm Ree. Hi, I'm Chelsea. We really miss seeing your faces around.
Yeah. No, Joe Kempson here.
Just to run a session on leadership skills.
Asked to run a session on leadership skills.
Hi, I'm Ree. Hi.
The other thing that I think is a huge thing and often overlooked is that sometimes cats get really annoying and you try and do something and they just poke their head out from under the table and give you the shits. I'm going to launch this one.
Hi guys, it's Bloody Rivcamp. Hi team, doing?
Hi, I'm Ree. Hi, I'm Chelsea. Fuck.
Right now, whether it's a under 12 E grade game at St. Joe's Court 2 on a Saturday morning with no one else there, that's a game I'm going on there and I'm going to do my best. I'm going to show everyone and prove to my
At Bunnings, lowest prices are just the beginning, so if you find the same stock item for the same price, we'll beat it by 10.
Hey everyone, hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us virtually this year for our referee camp. Even if we're not able to connect in person this year.
Sorry. Have you started?
I'm Ree. Hi, I'm Chelsea.
Here is me in 2014. I was lucky enough to officiate the. No.
Hi, I'm Ree.
Are you a pain in the ass? Oh, yes, Dad, you fucking bet.
Thanks, guys. See you all soon.
Bye.
All right, Megan, I'll just make sure no one has snuck in, try to get their A grade.
Yeah, I can see a couple of others still on.